Operation 10 straight back to 10. The Sabres fall over the weekend at home against Montreal. That was on Saturday night, a 4-2 defeat. They will have a chance to right the wrong tonight. They are in Montreal for a Monday night puck drop at 7 o'clock tonight. We will have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR, and the Sabres have a back-to-back. Tomorrow, they will be back home hosting San Jose. The Combine wraps up over the weekend, the meat of it at least, and there are a lot of updates that are coming out of it, not just from the prospects, but you're going to get into visits this week. The Titans will have Cam Ward, Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, the projected top 3 picks of the draft, all in on visits this week. That news will start coming out for the Bills as well. Matthew Stafford staying in L.A. Deebo Samuel traded from the 49ers to the Washington Commanders for a 5th-round pick. Some other reporting over the weekend from Ian Rappaport that the Jets are taking calls on Davante Adams, but that they are expected to release him if a deal fails to materialize. That would save them almost $30 million this year if they are to get Adams off the roster. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN reports the Browns are very dug in on their decision to keep Myles Garrett. He did mention, though, that if they are to begin shopping him, that the Eagles and the Bills are 2 teams that are sure to be aggressive on Garrett. And Diana Rossini reports that the Bengals and Jamar Chase remain very far apart in their contract negotiations. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Look at all the content we get out of popcorn. What's next?
Or just food in movie theaters in general.
Did you watch the Oscars last night?
I watched some of the Oscars last night.
Some of the Oscars.
How long is the Oscars? Isn't it like 4 hours?
Yeah, it's long.
It'd be a lot to watch the whole thing. I watched the middle. Although I did turn it off before like the big awards at the end, like Best Picture and actor, actress.
Yeah, it's not exactly like a sporting event where I feel like if I miss the ending, I'm going to miss out.
Right.
It's, the drama's there while they show the nominees, and then, like, this is who won. And I can very easily go to bed, wake up, and find out who won.
Do you know what was ruining it for me also? Maybe this is happening in sports, too. The betting odds ruined it for me.
Okay.
I looked at the betting odds. I had a good idea of what,
Honora wins.
Was from minus 400 going into the night. So I knew, all right, well, that's probably going to know it. So I almost feel like I got, and everything seemed to be lining up. I don't think any of the underdogs on those betting lines won in the time that I was watching. So
yeah,
I feel like I knew the result kind of before it happened.
Well, I did not see those betting odds, and I did not see many of the pictures. There was one year I made a point to try to watch every single Best Picture nominee, and I got to... I'm trying to think when they went to 10 as opposed to 5.
10 nominees?
Yeah. There's a year in there where I saw 8 out of 10. Made a point to go see 8 out of 10. And
that's good.
Yeah, it was not much different than a year where you see 2 out of 10. You just saw more movies that year.
I was going to do that this week, but do you know what, they know you're trying to do? People are trying to do the week of, the Oscars are this Saturday or this Sunday. Let me watch some of those movies.
Yep.
So they're not just really readily available on Peacock or Netflix. It's like, okay, so The Brutalist. The Brutalist was one that, all right, let me find The Brutalist. Let me find that. I know it's 4 hours long, but maybe I'll watch it in parts. And nope. None of your streaming platforms have it. You can buy it for $19.99. You couldn't even rent it for like $6.
That's funny.
I'm not spending $20 on that. So I ended up seeing maybe 3 of the Best Picture nominees, including Wicked, which I've seen 3 times at this point.
Oh, okay. Twice in the theater?
Twice in the theater, and then we bought it.
Yeah.
And had friends over that wanted to see it the 3rd time. So
yeah,
so I also own it.
Of the nominees, I'd only seen Wicked and Dune Part 2. Those are the 2 I'd seen.
I had seen Conclave also.
Okay. How was
Conclave was one of the ones you can watch. I think that's just on Peacock.
Was it good?
Yes.
Okay.
It was very good.
I would say Wicked and Dune Part 2 were both excellent.
Yes,
both
but
good.
None of these won.
No, that's right.
Well, Wicked won like production design and maybe one other, but didn't win Best Picture.
I'll say this. One thing that I do find useful about the Oscars to watch, whichever production design, was that the one that Ben Stiller presented?
Yes. Yeah.
That was a good,
he was hopping up and down.
Yeah, a good job of showing what production design is.
Yeah.
Like, this is production design. You see what's wrong with my, the lift that's supposed to get me on stage? This is production design. And there's a million things that they give out awards for, and if you're a simpleton, you think, well, what's that? What's that? What's the difference between... Actually, I went down this rabbit hole. Is Best Picture and Best Adapted Screenplay like MVP and Offensive Player of the Year? Where one is the best, but one is the best at this. And which one... Is there a MVM? What was the most valuable movie? Do we give that one out versus the best movie?
Right.
I mean, we think about what we do with our NFL award shows.
Yeah.
Well, this guy had the best year, but he doesn't play quarterback. So the non-quarterback award has to go to Saquon Barkley. And I don't know if the same stuff happens at the Oscars, but I started thinking about that last night.
We have to define the name of the movie.
Yes. What won Best Screenplay, Best Adapted Screenplay, right? Isn't that different than just flat-out movie?
Well, isn't Best Picture would be like the Super Bowl in this instance, and Best Actor would be the. You're right. It wouldn't be MVP because it's not most. That would be a better one. Hey, instead of Best Actor, Most Valuable Actor. Well, it was I'm not saying he was the best acting job, but more valuable to that movie than anybody else. You know, you take who? You take Blank out of Nora, and it's still a great movie. But if you try to take what's-his-name out of The Brutalist, you got nothing.
I love it. I love this conversation.
Most valuable actor, Adrian Brody.
Don't you dare take the Wicked Witch out of Wicked, or else you are really nowhere.
Right.
What have you got left?
Yeah. Most of it. Yeah, let's start throwing valuable on the acting roles.
Best Adapted Screenplay was Conclave, the one you'd seen too. See, so that's best. Yeah. That's Offensive Player of the Year. And Honora is MVP. Whatever. Most valuable movie. The one that is it the one that made the most money, or the one that instilled a belief in people that movies are worth going to again? How's it? Yeah. Anyway, we're down a rabbit hole here.
I also like in the Oscars when actors win and you remember where they were in their acting careers, when you were watching them. So Zoe Saldana wins yesterday, and Gamora won.
Yes.
From the cool. Going from Marvel movies and
Avatar,
rom-coms with Ashton Kutcher to all right, she's an Oscar winner now.
Yeah,
Brendan Fraser was this a couple of years ago when he won for The Whale.
Samuel L. Jackson has an Oscar, and there's another one recently that was crazy.
Yesterday, I don't know if this quite qualifies. Kieran Culkin.
Okay, yeah,
from Succession. He's an Oscar-winning actor now.
I'm sorry for not remembering his name, but Data from The Goonies, the award-winning director now.
Data from The Goonies.
Data from The Goonies. Yes, that's a great. Where are they now? That guy became what?
Okay, right.
Yeah. So anyway,
yeah, I like doing that too. Those were the couple examples of that last night, though.
It is long. That's
very long.
It is long, and there are a bunch of performances and some good ones and whatever. Everybody's dressed to the nines. It is also kind of funny.
Except for Adam Sandler.
I didn't see what he was wearing.
He's just wearing a hoodie.
Oh, okay.
He was wearing a hoodie and shorts.
You can get away with it.
He's a shorts guy.
Oh,
Adam Sandler.
It's probably nice there. Speaking of which, it's going to get into the 50s tomorrow and Wednesday, so get ready. It's also going to rain. So
I was going to say, don't plan to do anything outside.
I think we're in for flooding because it's going to get nice out, and whatever's left on the ground is probably going to melt. So it's going to get warm, it's going to rain, and it'll be wet. It is wet season.
Oh, yeah.
It's
mud.
It is
Mud season.
Mud season. March 3rd till March what? 30th?
Yeah,
March is mud.
Unless you have a really good March, like a Mario Williams March. But that's very rare, I think. Right? Once every 5 years, maybe you get something like that.
Are we going to feel like that tomorrow when it hits 52?
Well, if it's pouring rain, then probably not. but yeah, if I get a 10-minute instance where it's not raining tomorrow, then yeah, we're gonna feel like that.
Yeah.
The ground's gonna be so gross though that maybe you don't even notice how warm it is.
That's probably right.
You're walking through slop basically the whole time.
Yeah.
Like you're wearing your muck boots tomorrow just to get your feet dry into work.
I get a lot out of my muck boots for what it's worth. I wear them a lot. Mud season helps.
Maybe tomorrow's the time.
Well, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. We'll talk to Sal at 7 o'clock. We'll talk to Paul Hamilton at 7:30. And then John Ledyard at 9 as we wrap up the NFL Combine and kind of turn things to the NFL League year, which starts in
March 12th.
Yeah, I was going to say like 2 weeks, but it's a little less than 2 weeks.
Yeah.
The NHL trade deadline is Friday. We've got stuff to get to with that. But yeah, the league year starts in 2 weeks. We got a Deebo Samuel trade. That's out there. There's reports about Brandon Ayuk being available again. And in Seattle, a report that the Seahawks have an offer from the Packers on DK Metcalf. Mm-hmm. So We're getting some juicy stuff starting. You read the report in the update about the Browns are dug in on Myles Garrett, that they're not going to trade him, which that's I don't know how tough that is for Bean. It really is starting to sound like Ayuk from last year, where here are the Niners a year later, open to trading him again off an ACL injury after paying him.
Yeah, and just trading their other top receiver.
Yeah. So they have Ricky Pearsall, who's a nice young player. We'll see what that becomes. And the Niners probably expect to be good. They almost always expect to be good, but they're going to build around Brock Purdy and maybe dump Brandon Ayuk in the process. So the Ayuk idea, I for the Niners, they had potential trades worked out last year that Ayuk said no thanks, he wasn't going to sign an extension. Maybe they could have traded him somewhere else earlier in the process, but they represented that they weren't going to trade him. Mm-hmm. So is that not the Browns with Garrett? You're limiting your options because you're saying you're not going to trade him. Get into the year, you're bad again. Now he's closer to free agency. I don't know what the Browns are proving to anybody by keeping him. I guess just that they won't be pushed around by a player. Okay.
I guess.
Good luck. And if you're Bean, this is where it's similar to Brandon Ayuk for me, Joe, is last year I would have absolutely been pounding the table from the trade for Ayuk, and at some point you have to give up. Like, okay, if you're not going to move him, I'm going to go on to plan B. Mm-hmm. In the Garrett move, what's plan B? Is there an auxiliary plan? It doesn't even have to be defensive end. If the Bills this is kind of what I'm getting at about like chasing that bet. If Bean and the Bills got really into the idea of let's spend what it takes to get a freak show stud, like, well, that guy's not on the market anymore. Okay, who is? Like, I came to the casino with some money.
Yeah.
Oh, that table's closed? Okay, well, I got myself in the mindset, where can I spend it? And, you don't want it to be a bad spend, but what's next? Is that DK Metcalf? Is that an Ayuk idea? Is it a defender? Is it trade for Max Crosby?
Jonathan Allen, maybe. A safety.
Khalil Mack, Javon Holland.
Jair Alexander. I don't think that's the name, but
I was ready to play at the big table this offseason and ready to – I'm still going to submit an offer to the Browns. You've got all these NFL insiders thinking the Bills are going to make an offer. The Bills are going to pursue Garrett. And if that gets shut down, I don't think it just becomes, all right, well, stand down, back to your pedestrian offseason. What's next?
And do you believe he will become available? How much do you believe that Garrett is going to work his way out? Because if you think, well, I think he's going to get available by the summer, do I want to save this pocket of space, this lever to pull in case that happens in June? Andrew Berry's willing to play ball now. Do I have the ability? Have I saved myself the ability to still be in on that then? And that might be hard to believe because aren't you going to just do all you can now? Aren't you going to go sign if you can sign Khalil Mack and then do 2 other things on top of it, do you not do one of those things because you think there's still a chance that Garrett's going to get traded? Because how long do you wait? I guess is really like the question that I would have for Bean in like an honest moment. Like, how long do you wait? How do you just save it no matter what? Because you think that player is worth it. That player is worth the risk. And the risk of getting him on this team is going to do more for, thinking about like Moneyball and like, well, in the aggregate, actually, the potential of getting Garrett is better for your Super Bowl odds than grabbing blank.
Right.
Darius Slayton in free agency and giving him $8 million. Like, let me save that for the summer.
I guess, isn't the only thing that could shut them off to it the cap space? Because you need the cap space to acquire him the day you acquire him.
Right.
And then you just extend. And last year, they could not have made big moves. Ayuk was an example of this. Ayuk would have been a $14 million cap hit. And
you couldn't restructure before he...
Right.
Yeah.
They didn't have the room,
That's
so
right.
they couldn't trade for Ayuk without restructuring and opening up that room before making that move. So if the Browns are stubborn on this and we get to June, well, draft capital's out the window, so I don't have to worry about that. Oh, you wanted draft picks? All right, well, now you can have next year's draft picks because we already went to the draft. Now I'm on a cap space. Do I have the cap space to do it? Sure. I can keep, I don't know what his actual cap hit is, but if the Bills can keep that amount free or wait to restructure, I mean, we might get to June and they've not yet restructured Josh Allen or redone Josh Allen's deal. And then you give him a ring. Hey, Josh, it's time to get to work on this thing because we need to create room for Myles Garrett. Okay. Bing, bang, boom. Oh, the Bills opened $40 million in cap space. So
that's $19.8 million is what you're getting the day you trade for
So
him.
you have to have 19 to keep it open.
Yeah.
That's going to be the number. The Bills, of course, are over right now, but they've got a number of deals they can redo.
Yep.
So
it's tougher.
Right, but Allen's the number one piece to fall there. If the Bills redo Josh Allen, if they sign Rousseau to an extension, if they cut Vaughn or restructure Vaughn, like there's plenty of money to be saved in there. That's the thing. They just got to keep that 19 number open or else it gets shut down.
This is where I want to think the Browns are just gesturing. Let me puff my chest out. Like, you're not going to push us around. No, you're not getting Garrett for cheap just because he wants to go. Like, we're gonna play hardball right up until the draft when they just move him. Because think about like what we just went through with the Bills. If Garrett just isn't available, then you go and do stuff, and you got to have $19.8 million available. What are the odds that you get past the NFL draft and the Bills are going to have a day where they have $19.8 million available on their cap? If you're the Browns, like, oh, here's the Bills and the Eagles, and like they might be the 2 most aggressive teams out there to go get him. That's what Jeremy Fowler is saying. They might be the 2 most aggressive teams to get him. You just want to let those 2 bidders just go? You want to let your 2 just most aggressive bidders, like, just go ahead, go do your stuff.
Yep.
I'll let you check out of this so that when I trade him, the 2 teams that might have bid the most are just gone because they've gone and done other stuff. Like, that's why it just doesn't make sense to me the Browns would. It makes sense they play hardball now, but not within the next 2 months. Like, at some point within the next 2 months, I have to believe that they're going to start talking to teams. Unless they truly just believe that they just don't have to do anything. That they can just, hey, you're going to play this season. If we're still doing this song and dance next year, we'll trade you then. But we're not. There's no circumstance. They could really draw a line in the sand and say there's no circumstance where we trade you this year.
And I guess you hope...
Because it's 2 years in the contract, now 1.
That's right. That's hope that you can draft a rookie and he comes in and you're good and Garrett drops his complaint because now he thinks he can win. Because he's not... It's not a I don't want to be... This is a fine thing to split. It's not I hate your organization, I hate your stupid face, I got to get out of here. It's I just don't think you're very good and I want to win. And
he's telling the Browns he thinks they stink.
Right. He wrote, "Thank you, Cleveland. I love you, Cleveland. I don't hate you, Cleveland. I just want something else for my life." These GMs in this spot usually get the gift of saying the guy hates it here or doesn't want to be here, and then they can turn the fans on that guy, and that might be tough because Garrett didn't say bad things. He just doesn't think the football team is very good and thinks they're probably stuck for a while, which might be true. Of course, the thing that gets them out of that pretty quickly is hit it on a quarterback, and they draft second, so they'll have a chance if they want to do that. 803-0550. If you got a thought on this, 1-888-550-2550. So Garrett The rumors there are about the same. The receiver market, we're seeing some movement. We're seeing some.
I think we should be watching Davante Adams.
I do too.
Yeah,
I do too. He's not going to get traded. He's going to get cut and then re-signed because his cap hit is way too big for anybody to bother trading for that.
Yeah, when the team announces through media, they're like, "Hey guys, we're going to cut him if no one trades for him." Well, you've cut him then, haven't you?
Yeah.
Unless someone wants to. Basically, it's, hey, if anybody wants him on this contract, here you go. Here's your chance.
Yeah.
Who is going to want him? He's still very good. Who's going to want him on that contract? This year, he is owed, it's a $38 million cap hit for the Jets. I can't imagine that's what the team acquiring would be on the hook for, but maybe it's $35 million a base salary.
Yeah, no thanks.
Whatever the number is, it's a monster number. So he's going to get cut.
Permission to seek a trade season. That's what it is. These players have been given permission to seek a trade. Okay. How often does that work? Does it work?
Not often.
Trades per 60 on permission to seek a trade. It's not that many.
I mean, Stafford just used it to get more money from the Rams, didn't he?
Yes, he did. And I haven't seen a lot of people saying this, but I'll say it. Was Tom Brady a useful idiot for Matthew Stafford?
Wow.
Is the reason
was Brady he was used for leverage?
Yes. Did they leverage Brady? And he
was Babcocked.
He was. Here's the more beautiful part of it. Was the whole furious defense of whether or not Brady was courting Matthew Stafford. When that whole thing happened, that actually included a fight at the combine almost between Jordan Schultz and Ian Rappaport.
In a Starbucks.
Starbucks. When that dust-up was happening about the reporting, was the side trying to say Brady and Stafford didn't meet. We thought, they got to protect themselves against tampering.
Yeah.
Actually, they have to go out of their way to say, no, he didn't lose. He didn't lose that negotiation.
Right.
He didn't fail to convince him. Mm-hmm. They just talked. There was no courting there, Joe. Oh, no.
Shouldn't we? Because I would enjoy that. I would enjoy Brady, feeling like he lost one and feeling like I got to hide now. Shouldn't we be rooting against the Raiders?
Kind of.
The problem is they're playing the same division as the Chiefs, though.
Right.
Because if they didn't, I'd be all in on let me just let the Raiders be the most embarrassing organization possible and let Brady just have to live with that. Just eat that. Oh, you're running the show now? Mm-hmm. Although you know what would happen if that happened? And you're like, guys, Brady's not really, it's overstated how much he's pulling the strings.
Oh, he's only got 10%. Yeah,
he's not, he's just an influence.
He's not a controlling partner.
He's not making decisions or anything, is definitely what you would hear.
It was my favorite little conspiracy I kind of came to over the weekend. Like, oh, no, actually, they were just trying to protect him. That's all.
Right.
Because Stafford met him on a ski slope, and then 2 days later got a restructured deal from the Rams to stay.
Right.
And a lot of the reviews, a lot of the takeaways I thought were Stafford walked outside of his enclosure and decided it's not that good anywhere else. Let me go back to where I am. Whatever. The Rams have a good system for him. He can compete. They were in a game against the Super Bowl champs in the divisional round. So there you go. Yeah. He stays put. Good. I'm into that.
I am thinking a lot about Adams, though, because I'm of the belief that the Bills were close to trading for him at the deadline. I think all the tea leaves kind of point to that. And then they traded for Cooper instead, the second after Adams went to the Jets. And if he's just available, you can figure out where Rodgers is going to go and list that team as one of the teams that would, I guess, call on him. But he was probably of interest to the Bills last year, and then he was good.
Mm-hmm.
He was good. He was better. He's always been better than Cooper, right?
Yeah.
He's always been better than Cooper, and he is still better than Cooper. And had they traded for him, he would have been more productive. And if they traded for him and he did what he did with the Jets, which was 60-plus catches, 800 yards, and 7 touchdowns in 11 games, then we would be, every day in here right now, it would be, what are they paying Davante Adams to stay, right?
Yeah.
It would be about keeping him. So the fact that he is about to become available and that there are not any other big ideas right now at receiver that would make sense for the Bills. This would be a short-term deal because of his age. Sure, it might be a big cap number or a big money number right away, but you're not committing to him long-term. And he's probably the best player at that position you could get your hands on that fits what you need. He's not the speed you need, but he's the position you need, right? Outside, getting open.
Yep.
He still does it.
803-0550, our phone number. The Sabres lost on the weekend. An update on Operation 10 Straight.
Oh, it's at 10 straight.
Which you think out there. You laughed at me. I've got the proof. The proof. How's Lindy's plan look right now? It's dead. They're behind schedule. It took the first.
Well, they have to make up for it.
Yeah.
They have to win tonight, and then they have to go 8 of 10 the next 5-game stretch in order to get back on.
Way too complicated, Joe. You know what Operation 10 Straight's standings look like? It's the same. Win 10 straight, you'll be right in the mix.
How does that work, though, if they just start, if we just keep resetting it to 10 after 10 after 10? Eventually they could win 10 and it won't matter.
I'll let you know when that happens.
Might be 10 games left.
It might be 11 games left. Right, with 12 games left, 10 in a row won't do it. Then you're on 12 in a row. Maybe. Anyway, the Sabres. What else is new? 803-0550, Sal, 7 o'clock, helping us wrap the Combine, continuing his State of the Bills series as well. You can give us a ring, 803-0550 on WGR.
After a hot streak before and after the Four Nations, the Sabres have now lost back-to-back games, falling 4-2 to Montreal on Saturday. They get Montreal again tonight, this time in Montreal. It's a 7 o'clock puck drop. We'll have pregame at 6 here on WGR, and then tomorrow the Sabres host the Sharks. To football, the Combine was this weekend. You had some different players testing really well, and then, of course, some that didn't. Isaiah Bond, the receiver from Texas, that said he was going to break the 40-yard dash record, ran a 4.41 at the 40. Slower than his teammate, Matthew Golden, and plenty of others. The other football reports from over the weekend on the Bills and the Browns, I should say. Andrew Berry, according to Jeremy Fowler, is dug in on Myles Garrett and not trading him. He did say, though, if the Browns are to begin talking to teams, that the Bills and the Eagles are expected to be the two most aggressive teams to acquire him. The Cowboys will franchise tag star defensive tackle Osa Odigizua if they cannot reach a long-term deal by tomorrow. That will be a $25 million franchise tag for Odigizua. Ian Rappaport reports the Jets are taking calls on Davante Adams. They are expected to release him, though, if a deal fails to materialize. And the Cowboys and star pass rusher Micah Parsons have begun contract negotiations. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business. Joe Highsmith, winning the Cognizant Classic.
A lot of water on that course.
PGA National. Played in the simulators, a lot of it. He is, I saw, the first golfer on the PGA Tour to win a tournament making the cut on the cut line since 2016.
Wow.
It's been 9 years.
Congratulations to him.
A new lefty on the tour. He's a lefty.
Looks like a fun course. Looks like a nice place to be.
What, Florida?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree.
We are at the time of year watching the golf. Where else would you rather be here than right here, right now?
Just wherever the tour is.
I'd rather be there.
Just wherever the tour is.
Where they are. That's where I'd rather be right now. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. I was just doing a thing with the Sabres here for no real reason, which is because they lost a second in a row, and I thought, man, the back-to-back losses for the first time since when? Because, they strung together some nice hockey there. The answer is the end of January. They lost back-to-back games out west in Edmonton and Calgary. And before that...
So not that long ago.
No. But then I got to fun little exercise of the Sabres. Here are their losing streaks by numbers. Ready?
Okay.
Here you go. 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 13.
13.
That's it.
It just killed the season.
13.
Nuked it. Yeah.
Absolutely nuked the season. Their second longest losing streak is 3. That's it. 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 13.
Yeah.
So
they were missing Dahlin for almost that entire streak. Like, really, did the season just blow up just because Dahlin was injured?
Yeah, maybe.
I think, though, that should also say something about your team, shouldn't it? That if you're... How many teams would this be true of? How many teams should be able to, it's before 7 a.m. What's the phrase that I'm looking for? Tread water.
Yeah.
How many teams should be able to tread water when their best player's out? The Sabres could not win a game without him. And early in the year when they struggled, he was playing injured, right? They even said that he played injured. He got hurt. He got hurt 90 seconds into the first practice of training camp.
Yes, he did.
Did the season end right there? Did the season end 90 seconds into training camp? He whatever he had, it fired back up, it got worse, and then he was out for like 8 or 9 of those 13 games, and they lost. It actually, when it began too? He got hurt at the beginning of the third period or the end of the second period in that game they blew against Colorado. They were up 4-0 against Colorado. The streak hadn't begun yet.
That was their fourth straight loss.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
Okay, so they lost 3 in a row at that point.
Yep.
They're up 4-0. Dahlin gets hurt. They blow it. They don't win for 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
There's something to be said for your best player was out, but also, man, come on. You can't do anything without him.
They win occasionally. When Tage is out, they win.
Sometimes.
They had a 3-game win streak without Tage. Yeah, but without Dahlin, they're in real trouble. So Henry Jokiharju's going to get traded.
Yep.
The Sabres held him out of a game because he's going to get traded.
Yep.
Okay. That's fine.
Congrats on the 4th.
We'll see about there's a lot of reporting as the deadline hits on Friday that Alex Tuch is being sought after by multiple teams. Tampa is one of those teams.
Yep. They
wouldn't move him unless the price is too good to say no because, of course, Tuch is important to who they are. Tuch is one.
The vultures are circling.
Yep.
On everybody.
Greenway and Zucker, those are both. The Sabres have to gauge how confident they are they can get a deal done by Friday. Not the deal done by Friday, but by Friday they have to get a confidence level kind of locked in. Can we get this done? How close are we? And, of course, even if you're confident, that player could decide, like, you know what? Now that the deadline's passed, my price goes up. I mean, you could do that and play hardball. So Zucker on that and Greenway on that. Yeah.
And then J.J. Peterka.
So Peterka jumps onto Frank Saravalli of Daily Faceoff's trade bait board.
Yep.
Anybody else? Is he on like Bob McKenzie or TSN, or is it just Frank Saravalli?
It might just be Saravalli. Okay.
Yeah. And not only did he put Peterka on the trade bait board, but he put him 15th. Like, this is a player high on a trade bait board.
He was also like the cover picture and the headline of his like the article that he put up on that board.
Yep. And I responded to that. I mentioned this on the show. Was it a month ago? That I said to you, and I said, don't be surprised if Peterka's the piece that goes out. Maybe this was in Pettersson sweepstakes area,
right?
And I said Peterka should be a name you should be ready for because teams will want him. And I mentioned on the show that day, and I tweeted it also when Frank Saravalli put him 15th on the trade bait board. I had a conversation with someone that led me to believe the Sabres might think Peterka is not here long term. They might not think it's a fit for them, for him, together as a marriage long term. We've seen them do this with players before, Sam Reinhart. Maybe it's just the kind of situation, I don't know, if he likes it here, loves it here, if they don't like something about him, if they just don't think the vibe is right. This is where people roll their eyes and say, like, why? Because he's good and young and scores goals. Hey, it was a conversation I had, and it put Peterka squarely on the I'm not going to be surprised if he's a piece they are willing to say, okay. Right? They have to pick their pieces. When they made the trade for Savoy to go out, they looked at other prospects. They had to pick which one are we willing to say okay on, and Savoy was the one. There might have been others, but that's who Edmonton wanted, and that's who they said okay. And if Peterka is someone that swings at hockey trade, then maybe they'll do it.
Adam said on Friday with Chopin Bulldog he's not afraid to move a core piece. Or, like, if he has to. He hasn't done it. So, like, you don't get credit for not being afraid to do it until you actually do it, I think. But if he's true to his word and you're looking at your core pieces and who has value, I mean, especially compared to, like, a Jack Quinn right now. Like, Savoy gets traded over the other like first-round prospects who hadn't appeared yet, Osland and whoever, because why? Savoy probably the most value, right? He was a top 10 pick, and he had really good success in juniors. Like, okay, he was the most valuable of that tier of players, so he's the one that teams wanted. Isn't Peterka the most valuable of the Sabre players that, like, aren't yet on a big contract extension? Like a giant extension. If you're another team that you'd like, hey, you want to pick something off that roster, but you kind of want to do your own business with the extension and how it's framed or whatever. Like, I don't want Jack Quinn. Benson might be a little too young for me right now if I'm trying to win right now. Like, give me Peterka. So that's where you get to a hockey trade, I think. But if you're the Sabres, what's your hockey trade for Peterka? Are you just trading for an older version of Peterka that's a veteran?
Probably.
Go find a 28-year-old, 29-year-old version of him to get the team a little bit older, and maybe you want a little more physical or something.
Because picks and or prospects might as well be monopoly money.
Right, exactly.
It's just worthless.
So, like, no thanks.
Yeah, hey, here's the 19th pick in the draft. Great.
Yep.
What do you do with that? Try to trade that?
Mm-hmm. They're also, maybe this is more a Zucker point to be made, that they can't just bring everybody back. They can't just re-sign everybody. If they did that, there's no room for improvement next year. There's no room for change, at least. Because if you don't trade Peterka or Cousins or Tuck, all the core guys stay in place, and okay, you want to re-sign Greenway and Zucker, you do those two things, and I've got 11 of my 12 forward spots basically sewed up.
Yep. Yeah, that's...
Like Benson, McLeod, Quinn, Cousins, Greenway, Tuck, Kulik, Peterka, Thompson. I didn't even count Zucker there. Oh, my top 9's already in stone. I don't even mind any of those players. I like Peterka. I like Greenway to an extent. I like Kulik. The Cousins has got to figure it out. But all 9 of those players, okay, there's a defense for I'm fine with that guy being in my top 9. But if you just say yes, 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 yes to all of them, so I'm changing my fourth line again. That's the change I'm in for. Oh, guys, we're better now. We changed the guy that's playing 9 minutes a night.
Or you're hoping Levi makes a difference. Or, again, you're just waiting for everybody to grow up a little bit more, which...
Right. The thing probably to do is, let me shake up something at the top of the lineup. Because there's nowhere at the bottom, really, that's going to make an impact on what you're going to be. It's got to be something at the top. That's where, also, when Zucker doesn't come into the equation there and his age, I don't know. I feel like...
You got to be careful.
If you want to pay Greenway because he's more unique, because he's bigger and he can play all over the lineup and the penalty killing, that makes sense. But why am I paying Zucker at this point? I'm just doing it because I'm afraid I can't get players like that. Can't I just, if I really want to, just go dangle $5 million out there this summer and try to find the same thing? If I really wanted to.
Well, you found someone that likes you back. So you might put a ring on it for another year or two, or
maybe.
Hopefully not much longer than that.
We'll see. He might also like the idea of going to play for Florida,
right,
for the next 2 months, like Oposo did.
Ovechkin scores number 884. He is 10 back of Gretzky. We're getting to single digits. Getting to a point where I'm checking to see when the Caps play every night and they play tonight, 6:30 against the Ottawa Senators. So. Okay. 10 goals away from tying Gretzky, 11 from the record. 803-0550, our phone number. Sal, at the top of the hour, to wrap what we learned from the Combine. There is I'll make it the stat of the day, and it's the first time in the history of the stat of the day it's going to be about offensive linemen at the Combine, but that's coming up.
Wow, Adam Sandler.
Yeah, I guess so.
I did see Nosferatu. That did not win anything last night, though. Actually, I didn't. I'm 3/4 of the way through it.
Okay.
I don't think I'm giving a spoiler away. Have you seen it?
No.
Or have any interest in seeing it?
I have interest in lots of things, and I don't have time.
Okay. They gave Dracula a mustache.
Okay.
Like a old Western cowboy mustache. I almost felt like I couldn't take it seriously. Like, why does he have a mustache? I've never seen Dracula with like a big thick mustache. I don't know. Who picked that?
I mean,
Hey, you guys, you know what? Like in the production meeting, you know what we should do? Dracula, let's give him like a big thick mustache,
now,
like a Sam Elliott mustache.
The internet is telling me that some lore has him with a mustache. A question asked right here at Wikipedia. Robert Eggers wanted his to look like an authentic Cossack, hence the hair, the mustache, the attire.
Okay,
so
it was the actor that wanted it.
I don't know. I guess some versions of Dracula have had a mustache. That's, I have no idea. Now he can play for the Yankees.
Yes. Well, only if it's well groomed.
Right. That's right. 803-0550 to join us. Sal coming up top of the hour to recap the combine. Okay, your stat of the day. Stat of the day is brought to you by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit empireelectricians.com. The combine. This is a stat of the day from the combine.
On offensive lineman?
Yes.
Okay.
Comes courtesy of Brandon Thorne, NFL reporter for Bleacher Report, offensive line analyst, defensive line analyst, Brandon Thorne. He writes, every offensive lineman measured a 1/4 to a 1/2 inch shorter with arm length and wingspan than they did at the Senior Bowl and the Shrine Bowl. So what that means is the combine got the measurements wrong.
Yeah.
What are we supposed to do with that?
I would assume.
Well, it's the Senior Bowl and the Shrine Bowl.
Right. It would have to be both of those.
Are juicing their numbers, or the combine is off?
Yeah.
Now, do you want to go deep in the conspiracy here? Is it in the Senior Bowl's interest to juice the numbers because the Senior Bowl wants players to go to the Senior Bowl? How do you get players to go to the Senior Bowl? You get them drafted higher. You say, look what coming to the Senior Bowl does for your draft stock, so they juice the numbers on their offensive lineman by a 1/2 inch. What do you think?
It makes more sense than anything else.
Than the combine just not knowing
how to measure
yardages or whatever, inches.
Yeah, did like the guy who measures forget his glasses or something?
Yeah, every lineman measured shorter with arm length and wingspan than they did at the Senior Bowl and the Shrine Bowl.
Right, like I would want to question who did the actual measuring, I think. But I don't know. That's very, very weird.
Yes. So there you go. There's your stat of the day.
So factor that into your overall takeaways, he says, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm factoring that in.
I'm factoring.
I've got it. Boom. It's in there. When the
Bills remembering that in 2 months when they draft somebody on. Right, like, guys, remember those wingspan. It's bigger than you think.
That's right.
It's bigger than you see.
What do you think about this Bills guard they took in the 6th round? Hold on. Let me check his Shrine Bowl numbers. Right. It's not the combine. I don't want to see that. Right. I can't trust the combine. Funny. 803-0550. Of course, we had the 40s run. Nobody broke the record. Matthew Golden stole the show, though. He ran the fastest, which was not exactly expected. Isaiah Bond went out there and said he was going to run a 4.1 and ran a 4.4, which is fast, but now he looks dumb for doing that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
There was the tight end that twisted his ankle, actually ended up spraining his ankle, and he ran it anyway. Everyone's like, what happened to this guy? Like, a lot of the draft, Kyle Krabs was one, like, what the hell happened to this guy? Like, he's running 0.2 of a second slower than we thought, and then it came out after. He ran through a sprained ankle.
Warrior. Draft that guy.
Right. Does he get credit for that?
Definitely. Definitely does.
Not like, I don't know if I could trust this guy. He's not going to tell me when he's injured.
803-0550. Debo Samuel got traded. We can talk about that as well for a 5th-round pick to the Commanders. Jeremy and Joe, Sal Capaccio joining us top of the hour as we dig into the combine. You know, if there's anything we learned from it, we heard from Brandon Bean a couple times, once with Pat McAfee, with the media, with One Bills Live. So lots to recap and get the full scope on what we learned from the Combine as the Bills approach the start of the league year coming up. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Sabres have lost 2 in a row after coming out of that Four Nations break with back-to-back wins. They have fallen against Montreal 4-2 on Saturday. They'll be back against the Canadiens tonight on the road. That'll be a 7 o'clock puck drop tonight with pregame here on WGR starting at 6, and then they'll be back home, the Sabres, to face the Sharks tomorrow night at KeyBank Center. The trade deadline in the NHL is this Friday. There are reports about Jason Zucker and Jordan Greenway. Elliot Friedman says the Sabres want to sign Greenway. And Frank Saravelli of Daily Faceoff says that J.J. Peterka is one player the teams have been calling the Sabres inquiring about. To football. At the Combine this weekend, we did get resolution on Matthew Stafford. He is staying put in Los Angeles. Deebo Samuel was traded from the 49ers to the Washington Commanders in exchange for a 5th-round pick. There's also a report that the Niners, even after trading Deebo, would be open to trading Brandon Ayuk off of a torn ACL and a fresh new contract extension. They would still be willing to move him. Elsewhere around the NFL, after striking out on Stafford, Adam Schefter reports that the Giants are looking into Aaron Rodgers as a possible veteran addition. They have already talked with Jets coaches and management about their experiences dealing with Rodgers. In golf, Joe Highsmith wins the Cognizant Classic. That's his first PGA Tour win. He's the first on the tour to win a tournament after making the cut on the cut line since 2016. Next up in the PGA is the Arnold Palmer Invitational. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Getting close to the start of the league year in the NFL, the Combine wrapping. Sal Capaccio on our Western Hotline. His State of the Bills series has been an ongoing thing last couple weeks. Morning, Sal.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Good. How was the weekend? A lot of watching guys run 40s. If you decided to tune into that, it was that. It was some golf and some Sabres. But the Combine's about the big guys running, and then when you get to the weekend, it's can anybody break the record? Nobody did break Xavier Worthy's record, so,
No, but how about the guy, Isaiah Bond, who goes up in front of everybody, and he says, I'm going to break the record. And he runs like a 4.4.
Yeah. Right.
Tough.
Wasn't,
look, it's one thing to have I'm really good, and I think I can soften the blow. I mean, this guy was really all in on it. And if he ran even like a 4.29, okay, I get it. He ran a 4.4.
Yeah. Don't you think what happens there? Has he run something do those guys? I wonder if those guys practice it. And maybe he had someone with a stopwatch tell him you ran a 4.25. Maybe he had to have, right? Been close enough at some point, or maybe not. Maybe that's part of the experience of getting to know these guys. Maybe some guys are just gonna talk even when they know they've got no shot at it.
Right. I just think it looks a little weird, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing because here's why, I guess. 4.4 is a good time, guys. Guy runs a 4.40. He's fast. That's a good time. But when you tell everyone you're going to break the record and then you run a 4.4, it looks and sounds a lot slower than it actually is.
Was Brandon Beane applauding because he likes when guys run slower than they're supposed to?
That's the Gabe Davis one, right? You're right about that.
Sal, there is something to that, different types of speed, where we know Keon Coleman hit the highest speed in the gauntlet drill, and whether it's the 40 or the 3-cone or the 10-yard split, there are different types of speed, and if we're just getting on receiver, they say they want speed, they say they want explosiveness. Would you feel comfortable kind of nailing down what type of speed it is?
It's a good question. I think the Bills want more, they want speed, no doubt. I'm sure they want burners, but it's more suddenness, quickness, separation speed. It's sideline to sideline speed. And yes, of course, that means I'm not just saying the only guys. Of course, they want you to be able to get down the field. The Bills want guys with speed with the ball in their hands, but also speed, I would say more short, intermediate, be able to get open, things like that. That kind of speed, I think, is what the Bills are looking for in their offense. Sean McDermott said it again a couple weeks ago, last Monday, whatever, when we met him. There's two different kinds of speed. He believes in, he didn't say two different kinds of speed. He said he believes in stretching the field both vertically and horizontally, right? So I think that just goes to show you, like, you need speed across the field. If Josh Allen's running and rolling out to his right, you got to have guys also being able to get open as they're running to their right, not just down the field. And we've seen that, right? The Bills have a type of quarterback that if you can keep the play alive for a while. So, yeah, they'll be looking for that. You know, and I think the more telling comment, though, was from Brandon Beane, which is, he said, his quote was, "Football is not played on a track." Yes, you'd love speed. He goes, "I'm always looking for speed, but they have to be a football player first." Now, that's not going to sit well with a lot of people who see Xavier Worthy get passed up and the Bills trade out of that spot, and Xavier Worthy has a nice game and end of the season for the Kansas City Chiefs. It's not going to sit well. They're going to say, "What are you talking about? Just go get the fastest guy you can." But the Bills have, you know, a belief. Look, it's not just running fast. It's also being able to play football in a lot of different ways, and that's what he said.
What do you think about whenever we talk about this speed and like it's downfield and it's often us talking about receiver or sometimes it could be running back too? What about defensively? Because McDermott got asked about that this weekend too, Sal, on One Bills Live, and he talked about for defense especially, you want a combo of size and speed. How much do you think they need to be faster on defense, not just at wide receiver going forward?
Yeah, I think they do need to be faster. It's an interesting defense is definitely different than offense in this way, which is defense is more about matchups, right? You have to match up with the personnel that you see on offense, and speed is very important, but it's really just important to match up and have the right kind of people. So in certain spots, you're going to need more speed. You're going to need faster corners or be able to cover a little bit more field, linebackers, sideline to sideline, that type of speed, right? Do you want really quick burst speed off the edge? That's the different kind of speed than just running straight line, obviously. So I do think they need to get faster on defense, but I think that more than anything, they have to have different guys who can do different things. It's not just, let's go target more speed or let's go target more power. It's, hey, if a team is going to roll out, you know, two tight ends on us, we have to be able to play this way. If they're going to spread the field with three different real fast guys, we got to be able to cover the field and have that speed. So defensively is a little trickier. I think you have to, yes, I think they want to upgrade their speed. More than anything, Joe, I think they just want to make sure they have different options when it comes to matchups.
Right. Is Dorian Williams maybe a good name to think of here? Because like he's one of their fastest players on defense, but we know like the one drawback in his game is sometimes he just flies past things.
That's exactly right. So it's one thing, like you can get there in a hurry. That's fine. But if you're getting there out of control, or you're not getting to the right spot, or you're diagnosing late, doesn't matter. And this is what I go back to with why I think they felt a lot more comfortable with Matt Milano playing at the end of the year, even though he's coming off the injury. Yes, Dorian Williams can get to a spot quicker, but Matt diagnoses to get there quicker, if that makes sense. He understands where he needs to go. He reads the play, and because of that, and then he can get there a little more under control. That is not a shot at Dorian Williams. Dorian Williams just plays a different style of football, but you would often see Dorian Williams out of position much, much more than you'd ever see Matt Milano out of position, even though you'd also get a few really big plays and tackles for loss by Dorian Williams, because when he does see what's happening, he gets there very quickly and makes that play.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline, kind of wrapping up the combine here. So one thing we think we can learn, this kind of gets to a point about Dorian Williams, and I'm thinking about Spencer Brown here, speed, testing, all these things, they all kind of funnel into something called relative athletic score, which is something we've seen the Bills, I don't know that they would lean on it, or, you know, it could be causational, it could be correlational, where the players that they select tend to be really athletic players. And there's a clip from Sean McDermott going around saying, you know, you want speed on defense, but you want power. And the Bills, more often than not, they are leaning on this score, or at least it's matching up when looking at some of the players that they pick.
Yeah, that's right. So the Bills, I think there's several players they've drafted over the last several years that really fit into he's just a freak, right, for his size, what he can move as an athlete. I think Spencer Brown's a great example of this. Spencer Brown is a freakish athlete for his size, right?
Yeah, he had
Tommy Doyle.
Spencer Brown had a perfect RAS.
Right, yeah.
A 10 out of 10 on athleticism based on relative athletic score. That factors in your size and what you do.
No doubt. Tommy Doyle, Ryan Vandermark. These guys are big guys. And obviously, we know Tommy Doyle has since retired. Ryan Vandermark's still on the team, but these are big guys who can do different things, and they like the versatility. One of that, when you look at offensive linemen, I think RAS is probably big for the Bills because they want guys who can be versatile. You're not just drafting a big tackle who can't really go inside and play guard. You're not just drafting a guard who can't stand up to some things outside of tackle. Look at Alec Anderson. He can really kind of play all 5 positions, to be quite honest with you. Now, he's not, you're not going to really put him at tackle to be there for 17 games, but in a pinch, he could do it. But that's why they like it there. And then you look around the board. Sure, a guy like Dorian Williams, oh my God, like he has these traits where he's super fast, he's super athletic. The Bills really like. How about Greg Rousseau? Greg Rousseau is a freaky, athletic, his body type. Same thing with Tremaine Edmonds. The same year, Tremaine Edmonds, Josh Allen. I would say this is how they drafted Josh Allen. It was, we're swinging for the best possible result we can get on this guy. And look what happened. He's a league MVP. So, yes, I do think the Bills care about that. Now, going back to your comment about what McDermott said about power, I just think this has been a theme this year. I think when you're thinking of the Bills and the offseason guys, it just seems it's more, yes, speed is important. I think the Bills feel they just have to be more powerful and stronger. That seems to be, to me, especially on defense. Now, offense might be, let's get more speed. I'm just talking defense right now. I think the Bills feel they have to be stronger more than they feel they have to be faster.
Is that the line especially you're thinking of for that?
Yes.
Okay.
Front seven especially, but the line, yeah, and maybe not even front seven. So I think Terrell Bernard, Matt Milano, we'll see. And I know there's a lot out there that people are wondering what they're going to do with Milano. I still think it'd be a little surprising to me if they move on. It could happen, there's no doubt, because there is some financial implications there, and you have to decide, with the injuries and his age, no doubt. But it's really more up front. I think this specific point relates to more of their front. This is defensive tackle. This is defensive end. It just seems to me that everything I'm hearing, everything that all the breadcrumbs seem to be pointing to the Bills, thinking they have to get stronger and more powerful. And we can relate that to them even moving on from their strength and conditioning coach, guys. And I've said, they moved on from Eric Ciano. We know that. Their strength and conditioning coach. And I've said this a few times, and I want people to remember, when people think of strength and conditioning, they almost always, fans just go to the injury part, right? Oh, injuries, why? How many injuries? They have too many injuries. Why did they fire him? There's not that many injuries. I don't think it had to do with injuries. I think it had to do with the strength. It was telling us that Dalton Kincaid didn't have the play strength. It was telling us that Keon Coleman wasn't physical enough when he came back from his injury. Just little things like that. And then hearing McDermott say what he said, I just think the strength part, the power part, is something that is really going to be concentrated on this offseason up front.
On the combine from this weekend, Sal, one guy that I got asked a couple times about on Twitter, but I think this is a Bulldog guy. This is his favorite draft idea. Nick Emenwari, the safety, 6'3", like Kyle Hamilton type, where he's just a freak athlete. He ran a 4.3. He might even be a moot point here because he's probably just played himself out of being picked around where the Bills are. But when I was getting asked about him, Sal, I was wondering, because you've talked about this way about safety for years, and the Bills have acted this way. If a guy like that were like the perfect pick for them in round one, like, is there a scenario where you could see safety being on their board in round one with the idea that they would play right away, right? Because isn't that an interesting puzzle where if the guy was the best player on the board, or maybe like a guy like this where he's a freak athlete and he might be the best safety in the class, but don't we kind of know about the Bills that it takes a lot for them to put a guy in right away at that position?
Yeah, I mean, the Bills basically operate with, you really have to know our system. You have to be ready to play before we play you at that position. And I think that Cole Bishop had a chance to be that guy last year, but because of his injury in camp, it never materialized. And that's a great example, Joe. He missed a little bit of time. Was it a couple of weeks? He never recovered. He just could not get on the field because he just missed too much time to have the time on task. I don't know whatever happened to Mike Edwards. He had a little bit of an injury too, and I think the same thing kind of happened. I guess that was what happened, but he's a veteran, and I said many times he's familiar with the system, but even that's a great example. He just couldn't get on the field. Look who played. Taylor Rapp and DeMar Hamlin. I sat here in the offseason, Bulldog and I joke about it, and he says, every time you said it to me, Sal, I would say, man, there's no way, right? And I would say to those guys every day in the summer, I think DeMar Hamlin's starting. DeMar Hamlin, because that's what they trust the guys who know their system. And then Cole Bishop goes in against the Texans, and unfortunately for him, that one play that goes over the top for Nico Collins, right? And that's just a great example. There was a miscommunication on that play. So now you go into an offseason where DeMar is a free agent. The only two safeties you have on your roster, true safeties, are really Cole Bishop and Taylor Rapp. You do have Cam Lewis. He's a safety, but he's really a nickel corner. He's the backup nickel corner. So they'd have to add depth there. Now, Kareem Jackson's a free agent. Mar Hamlin's a free agent. So those are the only two, Rapp and Bishop. We asked Sean McDermott about Cole Bishop at his Monday briefing last week at the Combine. And there were some media members who took away him kind of being a little less high on him. I didn't take it that way. I think what he's doing is saying, I'm just not handing it to him. Like, we're very confident, but he's got to go get it. He's got to go earn it. That being said, Joe, I think about what you just said. Let's say a true, real safety falls to them at 30. Evan Wari, if that's the guy. Man, it'd be really tough for this team to pass up because I think the Bills would feel that he could really help them. But is he really stepping in over Cole Bishop in his second year after they showed so much faith towards the end of the season with him? And Taylor Rapp, who, by the way, had a really nice year last year, and he doesn't have this super expensive contract, and we saw that, they need him on the field. I don't know if that would work. I don't know. Be a very tough question.
To that point, Evan Wari, his RAS score was 10, a perfect 10.
I thought I saw that they hadn't had this nailed down yet, but whoever does those scores was trying to figure out if he's the most athletic safety ever at the Combine.
Yeah. For perspective or context, Cole Bishop was a 9.8.
Okay, so he wasn't far off.
Cole Bishop, so what this RAS score does for anyone out there, they do size grade for your position, like how well sized are you for it, and your explosion rate, that's on jumping, and then there's composite speed, and all three come together. And Bishop is elite on speed, great on explosion, and great on size for a composite score of a 9.88 out of 10. So he fits the bill of, they draft guys like this. They draft their athletes back there. And, Sal, we talked about this a lot when they were trying to figure out what to do with safety, how much they value whether or not you understand the system. This is how Mike Edwards really never got on the field for them, right? The injury, he fell behind. And Bishop, if it comes together for him, I mean, you might want the safety that's a 10. You got one you picked last year that ranks really highly in this regard. So, I'm storing that away. I looked at some other players.
You'd hope the ceiling also with him is a little higher than some other guys.
And of course, this score is not perfect. Kyer Elam has a pretty good one. Christian Benford has a really high one. Both guys are over 8. So they consistently are taking guys that are truly great athletes. And Bishop, he and Keon Coleman, Sal, I feel like this offseason is going to be a lot about how much those two are ready to take big steps for them.
No doubt. These are guys I think they really are going to be counting on in their second year. You look at Evan Wari, 6'3", 220. Yeah. Bishop is smaller, but he's still pretty. He's a good size safety. He's 6'2", 207. That's a nice size safety, right? Yeah. I mean, it's a guy that put it together. Everything you just talked about, Jeremy, no doubt about that. I think back to last year's draft when we have this and we talk about this, and you look at the season that Cooper DeJean had. There's a lot of people who loved Cooper DeJean coming out, no doubt, and felt the Bills should draft him. So, you can go back to that. And I kept thinking to myself, where's he playing in this team, though? Because you can't rewrite history. At this time last year, I think we were all very confident that Rasul Douglas was going to be a really nice cornerback for them in 2024. I don't think he had the best year, but at this time last year, was anybody thinking that and had any questions about Rasul Douglas? No. And then you have Christian Benford. And then if you're talking about safety, yes, there were some, maybe he could step in at safety, but Cooper DeJean really, his main, and then he's not playing Taron Johnson's spot. Right? So, yes, you could have said he could play a little safety, but really he became a corner. He became really good for the Eagles. So that's the puzzle you have to fit. I mean, again, you could have revisionist history here, but at this time last year, as much as even I like the player and he could do a lot of different things, I just kept saying, I don't know where he's going to play on this roster, to be quite honest with you.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Sal, so next up is the new league year free agency. That's in 9 days.
Yeah.
A week from today, legal tampering.
Okay, week from today's legal tampering. Right. And Andrew Berry, Sal, I'll start here with this. That the Browns GM continues to reiterate, he's playing hardball. I'm not talking with teams about Garrett not doing it. If that continues to be the case, where if you're Bean, and this would be your dream idea, but the guy just won't take your call, he just won't talk with you about it, this is going to get tested, right, within the next 9 days. Sal is yes. To what extent do you go and have your offseason versus how much do you bet on, this eventually this guy's going to have to start talking. Maybe you don't. Maybe you say, I just can't wait around and wait for Garrett, and I have to go start talking to guys.
It's a tough rub here between meshing that with what the Browns need to do and how, because of the financial implications of all this. So I think, Joe, to answer your question, you have to have your offseason. You got to know before free agency if you have a chance at this happening, like now, and if not, you just go do what you need to do, because if it comes time where you do make a deal, I mean, what are we talking? Draft time? It's either going to be draft time or like post June 1, right? Mm-hmm. If it's a draft day deal, to me, the Browns, if they wait until after the draft, they're not getting anything until 2026. So you're kind of they're gonna want to have some urgency. But if that's the case, then okay, we'll wait. Well, now you do it post June 1, and you could make some moves if you're Brandon Beane after June 1 to still clear up some money. But again, if you decide to do that now and you know it, then you're kind of already planning for that money. So it's a very, very tough needle to thread. I agree with you. But I think, to answer your question, you can't sit around and wait. I mean, that's just even if they wind up trading him, it might have to be to you. I mean, how can you plan on that? So I think you got to make the calls. You got to see where they're at. Hey, we'll revisit it later, whatever. But the Bills cannot operate their offseason not knowing if they're going to get a guy like Garrett or Crosby, let's say, Micah Parsons, anybody you throw out there. They have to operate their offseason as if that's not going to happen if the scenario you just played out, which is the Browns are just holding firm.
Yeah. Sal Capaccio, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up 10 o'clock. Sal, you've also got your State of the Bills series continuing, and up next is linebackers.
Linebackers, yeah. I want to talk about that this week because it is an interesting position when it comes to, I think, specifically Matt Milano. I'm on record, and I'll tell you, I think that because the Bills, first of all, they would lose money if they release Matt Milano before June 1st. Now, some people believe, okay, he could be a June 1 cut. They could save some money. They would have to spread that money out. They wouldn't save the money till June 1. I just think there's one thing that I keep going back to. They trusted Matt Milano coming back from after a year and a half immediately on the field before Dorian Williams, right? Like, you know what I mean? As soon as he was ready, he played. So is that going to change now that he's healthy? The only question would be, at his age and their injuries, do they think that he still can stay healthy? I still think he's on the roster as I sit here today. And then behind him, there's honestly, guys, not a ton to really debate or get into because they have everybody under contract except for Tyreek Maddox-Williams, who they signed at the end of the year to a practice squad contract. But that's about it. So everybody else, Joe Andreessen, that's a nice guy to talk about. And I think he becomes he might actually beat out Bale Inspector for that backup middle linebacker job next year.
One last thing I want to ask you about, Sal, because I know you talked with Joe Shane and Dable last week, or was it just Joe Shane at the combine?
I did not. Dable did not speak to the media.
Oh, okay.
At all. He didn't do any podium. I did not run into him. I did actually speak to Joe Shane personally because I saw him. We said hello and exchanged pleasantries, and then I went to his podium. So go ahead. Yes.
So they strike out on Stafford. Do you buy the Rodgers stuff? Like, can you see Aaron Rodgers being their quarterback? Because I'm trying to figure out what else they would do.
I can, Joe, because from everybody I've talked to, they are very desperate. They have to win. If they don't win, they're out of jobs, right? I mean, so the question really becomes, do they feel that that's too desperate? Like, is that like putting, I think it's kind of funny. Like, come on, Rodgers with Dable, right, on the sidelines.
Staying in New York,
that kind
too.
of thing.
Yeah.
What's that?
Staying in New York, same stadium, too, for Rodgers.
Yeah, staying in New York and that media market, that could be a disaster. That could blow up. But at the same time, I think that they might have to make that risk. They might have to take it because if they draft a quarterback early on, and there's some reporting that they could be targeting Cam Ward and they want to move up to number 1. I saw that report over the weekend. Well, that's fine, but do you think you can win with that roster and a rookie quarterback? Because if you can't, guess what? You're drafting Cam Ward or whoever for the next GM and head coach because they're not going to have their jobs much longer. So I do think it's possible that they pivot. I think Justin Fields is an option for them, and I think Sam Darnold's an option for them. It's not just Rodgers. There are a few guys out there. So I think Fields, I think Darnold, Rodgers, no doubt. They have to have a veteran, or I think you're probably looking at a new GM, a new head coach next year.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Thank you, Sal.
You got it, guys.
All right. We'll check in on the Sabres with Paul Hamilton on the other side. John Ledyard coming up 9 o'clock, wrapping the combine as well. Lots to get to. I'm excited to talk about Shedeur Sanders because there's some good stuff on him, who's expected to go at the top of the draft, I suppose.
Maybe.
He is a
lot of bold takes, like he could be one of those guys that's just sitting there and falling.
Joe, I'm telling you, he is an off-my-board guy.
Wow.
Off my board. Wouldn't
the board.
touch him. Wouldn't draft him with your picks. Wouldn't draft him with Josh's picks. Off my board. Not a consideration. I'll explain all that. Todd McShay's got some intel on what Sanders is giving off as an impression in his meetings with some of these teams. 803-0550 to join us. Paul on the other side to recap the Sabres and where they stand as we are at NHL trade deadline week. Could we see extensions for Greenway, Zucker, Yoki Haru expected to be moved? He was held out of the lineup. All coming up here on WGR.
Sabres fall to Montreal on Saturday at home. They get the Canadiens again tonight in Montreal. It's a 7 o'clock puck drop. We'll have pregame at 6 here on WGR. Trade deadline in the NHL is this Friday. To football. The Combine wrapped up this weekend. We got resolution on Matthew Stafford. He is staying put in L.A. Myles Garrett still not on the trade market. The Browns are not taking the bait, have not talked with teams yet. Jeremy Fowler says that if they do begin talking, that the Bills and Eagles are expected to be the two most aggressive teams in pursuit of Garrett. Elsewhere around the NFL, the Jets are looking to trade Davante Adams, but if they can't find a suitor, they will end up cutting him. He's got a huge salary of over $30 million a year on his current contract. Joe Highsmith wins the Cognizant Classic in the PGA, his first PGA Tour win, and the next big tournament for the PGA is this coming weekend in the Arnold Palmer Invitational. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Good Monday morning. Paul Hamilton joining us as we chat about the Sabres, who now have a losing streak. 2 straight losses. They'll play today in Montreal against the Canadiens. And Paul is joining us. It's the second of 2 in a row against Montreal. They lost on the weekend. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We're all right, Paul.
Good. Yeah.
Good to chat with you. Paul's appearance brought to you by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. Paul, the deadline is coming up on Friday. A lot of this week will probably be dressed in what to expect there. Movement for Henry Jokiharju. We are seeing more and more names added to speculative trade lists. You know, they're not exactly hardcore rumors, but Joe just found one with Ryan McLeod, and we've heard about Bo Byram, and J.J. Peterka, his name came up. And I wonder, Kevin Adams is in such a unique spot. We talked about this a little bit on Friday, where, any other organization having a year like this might entertain it, but the Sabres are just kind of, stuck in this endless loop, and the idea of trading good young players away for anything, it feels like it's not a place they want to be in, yet they probably do have a good number of young players that teams are calling on.
Well, as Kevin Adams has said, has said many times, anytime somebody calls, he'll listen. It's so these are guys that people are calling about. So, he gets a call and it winds up on these lists somewhere. Somebody hears about it and says, oh, here we go, type of a thing. Where basically he may have no desire whatsoever to trade the person, but he wants to hear what the value is. He wants to hear what this team might be willing to do. Tuck might be a good example of that. I don't think he's looking to trade Alex Tuck at all. But, if some team called up and offered some wild trade, well, why hang up the phone and not at least hear the wild trade, type of a thing. But, I'd be surprised. I mean, the Alex Tuck thing wouldn't make sense to me because they're looking for and have been looking for a veteran top 6 forward. Well, who's the only one they have? Alex Tuck.
Tuck, yeah.
So it doesn't make any sense to me to trade the one you have, and now you got to go find 2 of them, and you haven't even been able to find one. In a trade in the last 2 years. So, it wouldn't make sense to me plus he bleeds Buffalo Sabres blood. I mean, this is his home. Syracuse is his home. But, you know what I mean? This was his team. It just, I don't know, that one doesn't make a lot of sense to me unless somebody's offering McDavid for him or something, which they're not, so it just doesn't make any sense to me.
And the other ones, Paul, that are getting mentioned, same thing, like as you said, like they're getting calls, but it's not, that the Sabres are looking to deal them. If that's Peterka, Cousins, I don't think there are a lot of deals that make sense for those individuals either, but is there an outcome where a team is maybe offering an older veteran player that is also maybe like another version of a Tuck elsewhere, where Kevin Adams could say, all right, I'm getting a player that's maybe as good, if not a little better, but I'm getting older as kind of the goal of a trade.
Well, a hockey trade isn't impossible. They're not done a lot, but proof is last March. They made a hockey trade. They got Bo Byram for Casey Middlestat. So it's done. I mean, it's just a lot of times isn't done at the trade deadline. You're looking at guys with expiring contracts or outrageous contracts that people want to unload, things like that. So it's not impossible to find that player, no. But it's not, or you might find that player and have to sign him. The player that maybe fits what we're talking about, but you're going to have to sign him to a contract when you get him, or you're not going to rent him. If you're the Buffalo Sabres, you don't want a rental. So you have to be sure that, all right, if we're going to make this trade, this guy has to be willing to sign a contract.
Right, go trade for Rantanen and then just watch him leave in 4 months anyway. Kind of a thing.
Exactly.
Their roster, I wonder how much action there will be with them, Paul, because their lineup, there's not, especially this is the question more about Greenway and Zucker. If they just lock them both up, then they're kind of already set for next season. They could do something in the offseason, but they already kind of have a full lineup of forwards. So I wonder where the change comes from, where the vacancies in their lineup comes from to where they could try to improve. So with that being said,
that's where
go ahead.
That's where Peterka and Quinn fall in.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Let's face it, this isn't working. They're in last place in the Eastern Conference. This core group is not working for whatever reason it might be. But this core group has been together for over 2 years. It's not working. It's just not. So they have to look at and say, maybe we got to start moving a little bit of this core. Not all of it, but maybe, the core as is has to be moved a little bit. Maybe, it just depends what you could get, especially since there are other young players coming from Rochester. Hellenius, who knows if Roseanne can, take his AHL success into the NHL. So far, it hasn't translated in the few NHL games he's played. So that's where I think the changes will have to be made is, the core isn't working. And a guy like Peterka or Dylan Cousins or Quinn could leave here and do very well. But, Peterka's doing well. I mean, he had 28 goals last year. He's putting up points this year. Quinn, I think, is a very capable goal scorer, but it's not happening right now. And he could go somewhere and become a capable goal scorer. Cousins could go somewhere and regain what he had 2 years ago. But the question that Kevin Adams has to ask himself is he ever going to regain it here? He knows the player. He knows him very well. I mean, he's got to evaluate with Lindy Ruff, is that a player that can regain it here? So that's where the changes have to be made. It's just simply this core is not good enough. They may be good hockey players, but they aren't good as a group.
Paul, the Sabres play Montreal tonight, looking to avoid a third straight loss. They lost to, before Montreal was Carolina. Hartford. Sorry, Hartford. They lost to Hartford, right. And then they lost to Montreal. Now we're staring at 3 losses in a row. Montreal, meanwhile, has 4 straight wins and looking for a 5th in a row to get 1 point back of a playoff spot. Paul, we had Lindy's plan there, tracking 5-game segments. I don't know if he's prepared to adjust it when the first 5-game segment of the plan is already off plan, right? They're 2-2 now in their 5-game plan.
He puts together this plan, and they can't even get through the first segment of it. Now, if they win tonight, they're 1 point short. So, all right, then you're going to – if you want to keep going with his plan, then you got to get 8 points in the next 5 games instead of 7 points. Not impossible. They did it actually before the break. They were 4-1 before the break. So at least he can show them, you've done it. You just did it. So 4-1 is not impossible. So, they can look at it that way. But you have to get the first one here. And it's just, they simply just, it amazes me how they just it's like they're nervous playing the Montreal Canadiens. they make so many mistakes that they usually don't make. And you look at the goals Montreal scored, and Lindy was really, really aggravated after that game. And one of the things, the first thing he said was, look at the goals. The puck was on our stick all 4 times. And then they wind up scoring goals because we turn it over, we don't defend, and it's in our net. 4 times. And it just galls him, the 2 home losses. One was 7-5 with an empty netter, so that was basically a 1-goal, 6-5 game. And this game was a 4-2 with an empty netter, so it was a 1-goal, 3-2 game. And he said, it's ridiculous we lost those games. He goes, quite simply, we handed them both to him. We just gave it to him. He goes, sometimes you just have to be patient, play the game, and let them make the mistake. He goes, that's what we have to do against this team. But he goes, they let us make the mistakes, and we oblige. We do it. He said, so that's what we have to do is just be patient. Don't, when you're killing a penalty, have Connor Clifton join the rush, and then you turn the puck over, and now you've got Greenway, McLeod, and Clifton all in deep.
Yeah.
Guess what? Here they come. And it's Line A and Caulfield. They may do something on a 2-on-1, you think? And it was all just turning the puck over and outnumbered situations coming the way. He goes, we have been talking about outnumbered rushes since we got here in training camp, and here we are. He was really aggravated at what he saw from his team that game against Montreal, and basically what he's seen from his team against Montreal in all 3 games.
Right. It was the mental mistakes more so, right, Paul? Because in that game, like, they were getting engaged, they were throwing their body around, they were all in scrums after, but right, like you make 2-3 mental mistakes, and like you kind of undo all of that.
And the offensive part of it, they had opportunities, but it was a little bit goofy. Like I remember there was a guy who opened in the slot and the puck slid under his stick. It was just like they were just missing what looked to be very good scoring opportunities. And then their goaltender did play well. He made some good saves. I wouldn't say he stole the game for them, but he made some good saves when he had to. But that was the goofy thing I thought. It's like, oh, there's a good, oh, geez, how did that go under his stick? It just looked like it was right there. I mean, so that was the goofy part of their offensive play, but they certainly did have some opportunities. And there you are, sitting there at 2-2. You give up a goal with 2.6 seconds left because Yuri Kulik decides he's going to glide instead of keep skating. He had Newhook. Matter of fact, he slashed him on the way through the slot, and had him, but he just started gliding. Well, Newhook is right there. He tips it. It's in the net, and with 2.6 seconds left, you're behind. You still had the whole third period, though. You're only one goal down, but and then Peterka. On the empty netter. They've given up 19 empty net goals this year. 19. That's insane. And he had the puck. There was nobody near him, and he just kind of fumbled it, and off the Canadians go for a breakaway on the empty net. It's just you see that happen and go, what's happening here?
Yeah, and. Paul,
they click into power play mode is really what happens when there's an empty net, right? And their power play stinks.
I was just going to say, Paul, like all of this, Lindy was supposed to be the move that made them smarter, accountable, anything like this, like silly mistakes, and it just it has not taken, right? And I mean, there might
it just might not be in there.
That's
right.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
And we get back to what I said a few minutes ago. This does not work. As set up, this core group of young players, they may all individually be very talented players, but as a group, they've shown us now for over 2 years, almost 3 full seasons now, it does not work.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Sabres in Montreal tonight. Thank you, Paul.
Take care, guys.
Montreal is a couple points out of the playoffs.
They're fighting. They're fighting.
One quick, it's not exactly the stat of the day, but it's you hear some of Paul's exasperation there. Detroit is in a playoff spot with a -15 goal differential. The Sabres are in dead last with a -12.
Yeah.
It's just
Boston could make it with a -28.
-28 Boston, -20. The Sabres are -12. Yeah. Anyway, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. If you want to join us, happy to take your calls. Jeremy and Joe on a sunny right? Sunny, overcast.
I mean,
the sun is up.
sunny. I don't see a single blue part of the sky out the window right now.
Did
you guys not watch the sunrise like an hour ago?
I was just about to say, I saw the sun on its way up.
It's not dark out. Is what you're saying. Yes.
Maybe it's behind the clouds now, but it's up there.
I
was
can
blinded
remember what
about an
sunny
hour
looks
ago,
like.
so.
I can confirm its arrival, and it's supposed to come out later today, maybe.
Okay.
It's gonna be like, hey, it's gonna be 50 tomorrow or something like that. All right, 803-0550. On some other movement around the NFL as we get to a week away from legal tampering. I got to tell you what Todd McShay's got about Shedeur Sanders, and I think I told you last segment I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. I would never draft him. I can't wait to see who does. I hope it's the Jets. I can't wait. 803-0550 on WGR. I was checking out the relative athletic scores from the Combine, including one
Same.
Jordan Phillips.
Oh, like you were looking at past examples.
No. There's a Jordan Phillips
there's a new
this
Jordan
year.
Phillips?
Yeah. You guys want to get the
The
new
rule: the Bills always have to have a Jordan Phillips. So
draft Jordan Phillips, have him go to Jordan Phillips' old number, make some fans happy.
yeah. But what about when Jordan Phillips inevitably wants to come back after failing with the Titans? Then what?
That's a good question. Jeremy and Joe, it is NHL trade deadline week, and for the Bills, Combine's over. Now we're taking a look at what happened, getting ready for the start of the league year. Legal tampering a week from today. Sorry. Every week.
Turn your radio off.
During the break, I turn my computer up.
It's a rule of the station for years.
All I got to do actually is mute this one tab. Here we go.
Just mute. Double click the tab and mute the one tab. That's all you need.
All right. I got it.
Got to help the old people with the computers.
That's right.
Sometimes.
803-0550. Give us a ring on it's trade deadline or the Combine. If you fall in love with somebody, it's guys running around. It's Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook. When the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook and official partner of WGR. FanDuel, your home for live betting in the NBA. Even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make picks from the first whistle to the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/white to join today. That's FanDuel.com/white for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Sabres fall to Montreal over the weekend, and they will be back in action again against the Canadiens tonight, this time in Montreal. 7 o'clock puck drop tonight, 6 o'clock pregame here on WGR, and then the Sabres have a back-to-back. They'll play at home against San Jose tomorrow. The NFL Scouting Combine wrapping up over the weekend. We did get resolution on Matthew Stafford. He is staying put in Los Angeles. Deebo Samuel traded from the 49ers to the Commanders for a 5th-round pick. The Browns are still holding firm on not talking trade with teams on Myles Garrett. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN reports, though, that if the Browns do begin talking about a Garrett trade, that the Bills and the Eagles are expected to be the two most aggressive teams. Elsewhere around the NFL, Ian Rappaport reports the Jets are taking calls on Devontae Adams and are expected to release him if a deal fails to materialize. They'll save almost $30 million by getting rid of Adams. Top-name defensive tackle Osa Odigizua in Dallas will be franchise tagged, according to Jeremy Fowler, if the Cowboys and Odigizua do not reach a long-term deal by tomorrow. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
That's the plan. If that's not what you're trying to do, don't get me. If you ain't trying to change the franchise or the culture, don't get me. So you should know history repeats itself over and over and over. And I've done it over and over and over. So it should be no question why an NFL franchise should pick me. I've been through 6 different OCs, so I'm able to adjust to any offense and every scheme and make it work. We went from Jackson State to Colorado and changed 2 programs back to back. So you don't think I could come to an NFL franchise and change a program again? It's history. We done it again. It's always going to repeat itself. It's extremely important to keep your mental in the best place because that's what my game is played. My game's not played from my legs and not even just my arm. So I know longevity, the all-time greats, what's Tom Brady's best trait? His mental. He's able to think. If you have those traits of greatness and I know where I'm heading, then why wouldn't the franchise pick me? You got the ultimate cheat code.
Shedeur Sanders from the Combine.
Yeah, the ultimate cheat code. Got you to 6 wins in the Big 12 last year.
Right. So Todd McShay has some stuff on Shedeur Sanders and what he's hearing from the Combine. He wrote today that he spoke to 2 high-ranking individuals who work in personnel departments for 2 different teams in the top 10.
Okay.
Each was present for their team's official meeting with Colorado quarterback Shedeur Sanders. Both told me they came away unimpressed with his attitude. One of them said Sanders wasn't taking it all that seriously. The other said he didn't have a professional approach. McShay says the sense he got was they left feeling Sanders wasn't overly concerned with what they thought of him. And he goes on to say that it could be a reflection of, I'm going to make a video game comparison here in a minute, that Sanders might be trying to orchestrate where he's going. Because his father, Deion Sanders, has said, there's some places I don't want him to go. Mm-hmm. So, a couple of years ago, there was an NBA 2K whatever version game where you were on Be a Pro mode and you went and you did interviews with teams.
Uh-huh.
And you could answer the questions any way you wanted to. And I had a meeting with the Milwaukee Bucks, and I did not want to go to Milwaukee, so I tanked that interview. So I got interrupted by somebody else. And I think Shedeur Sanders is doing that.
He's tanking interviews?
Maybe. You're trying to get drafted as high as possible, and you got multiple teams in the top 10 saying, I don't think he cares.
Here comes the Jets, and I don't want to be a Jet. So I'm like, right. What is he saying in the meeting? Things you got to improve on. I don't improve on anything. I'm good.
Yep.
I'm going to win the MVP the first day I show up. All right, Jets off the board.
There are 6 teams.
I can see that.
6 teams in the top 10 that have a need at quarterback, and already 2 of them say, I don't think you care about us.
6?
6.
Tennessee, Cleveland, Giants,
New Orleans,
Raiders, Jets, Saints.
Yep.
Okay, that's the 6?
Yep.
Who do we think the 2 are that he's tanking with?
New Orleans.
New Orleans and the Jets?
Maybe. Yeah, who'd you feel really bad about?
I would say Cleveland, but he's playing as Cleveland and Madden.
That's right. That's right. It's probably not Cleveland.
He wants to be a Brown, probably. Well, it's the Madden thing, but...
anyway.
But you wouldn't touch him?
I would not touch him. I would absolutely not touch him. his dad wants to be a part of the process. Him saying, whatever. A lot of athletes do that these days. There's a clip him saying, "My dad had haters too. That's what we do." Like, okay, your dad was a Hall of Fame talent pretty much from the jump. He was an amazing college player. He was transformative, and I would not touch him. I hope he goes to it. But I'm eager to watch and see how it goes. I watched him play in college and came away like, okay, whatever. Not that impressed. Then again, whatever. I mean, we've all been wrong on quarterbacks in the draft before. It just feels to me like this draft class, Joe, and this is good for the Bills on one and not so good on the other. It feels like with quarterbacks and receivers this year, we are seeing just how good last year's classes were. Last year's quarterback class was tons of guys at the top that merited those picks. Drake May went third. Drake May would be a consensus number one in this draft. He went behind Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels. Then you had J.J. McCarthy and Bo Nix. Like, you had a bunch of quarterbacks get taken. Maybe people thought McCarthy was too high. This time around, it's just everybody trying to talk themselves into a quarterback. The fact that an edge rusher could go first because, well, maybe nobody moves up there for that spot. So the Titans take Abdul Carter. And then receiver. Like Tet McMillan's your number one wideout. Okay.
Unless you think you want Hunter to
Travis
be
Hunter could be there.
Because there was a report that one team sees him as a receiver.
Okay.
At the top of the draft. But otherwise it'd be McMillan. And then there's a left tackle. Ben Solak was tweeting about a left tackle that he thinks is like far and away the second best player in this draft.
Okay.
So there's one of those too. Which really should be a good idea for any of these teams. Unless you are extremely desperate. Which, Cleveland might feel like they're extremely desperate. Are they going to be at the top of the draft again? They might be. Yeah. But are they planning to be? The Giants, right? There's a report about the Giants wanting to trade up or being one of the teams that's wanting to trade up. And is that, okay, we struck out on Stafford and Rodgers is over
Their
here.
Their backup plan is Rodgers.
Like, we could do that. Or maybe for them it'd be we think Cam Ward right away could be good enough to keep us afloat, to keep us going. Mm-hmm. That's what trading up would be, right? Because if they pick third, wouldn't that make sense? That they only think there's one guy that makes any sense at all? If Cam Ward is Bo Nix, would you draft him number one if you're the Giants? If you're Dable or you're Joe Shane, you might, because you might think,
you have to.
Hey, if I draft Bo Nix, this year's version of Bo Nix, I keep going.
Yeah.
I keep going, and Bo Nix is pretty good, right? He's never going to be the best quarterback in football, but maybe that's what you think Cam Ward could be, like a pretty good starter for a long time. But if you're going for anything else, it feels like you're either grasping at talking yourself into Jackson Dart, right? Or Jalen Milroe, I saw the Raiders are starting to fall in love with. Or it's, do I want to take on the Shedeur Sanders headache? Which isn't even just the headache. He's not even a perfect prospect either.
No.
It'd be one thing if he was the best quarterback in the class, bar none, super talented, flawless prospect, and it was drama, maybe tanking interviews, doesn't think he needs to fix anything, the way he's talking at the combine. It'd be one thing if he was, we could have the debate of, is he worth all this headache if he was a superb prospect? But he's not, right?
I don't think so.
I don't see any draft guy that's like telling me that he's a great elite prospect. It's average arm strength, takes 1 billion sacks. He's kind of a pocket guy, right? He's not like the best athlete.
Yep.
So what is he? What is he?
Deion's son.
He's Deion's son.
He's Deion's son.
Right.
And,
okay.
he's got good numbers from Jackson State in Colorado.
Right. He did have good numbers, but I just
I'm not convinced. I don't like him at all.
So he's either gonna fall a lot or that he's gonna get picked by some dysfunctional organization that just feels like they got to take a quarterback, right? Like do the Jets only make sense because the Jets are typically a joke and like, oh, they just did the Rodgers experiment and now they'll take on this guy, right? Because he's the next headache. But maybe that's wrong to do because Aaron Glenn is probably trying to do things a lot differently, right? They just kicked Rodgers out of the building for a lot of this stuff.
They're going to start setting tones, right?
Right, so they're not drafting Shedeur Sanders after setting that tone the last month.
803-0550. On a quick Deebo Samuel take. So Deebo Samuel got traded to the Washington Commanders for
a fifth.
Mm-hmm. And
which was mostly because of the salary.
Yes.
He goes for that low because the team acquiring him's got to pay him.
And I think he's a nice role player. This is not a player I wanted the Bills to get at all. They have him. Dare I say they have him in Mac Hollins? I don't know if that's right. Or Keon Coleman? I don't know if that's right. But Deebo, just to give you an example of this, Deebo Samuel, according to Matt Harmon's website, receptionperception.com, in 2022, we are in 2025. His 2022 breakdown, he was in the 10th percentile of beating man coverage. This is not a man beater. And the Bills desperately need someone that's going to beat man coverage. Now, again, there are a lot of different ways to win. Different receivers win different ways. This is just not what the Bills needed. They need somebody that can uncover. That the Bills are facing lots of man coverage defensively because teams think we can cover your receivers on the outside, especially. We can cover these guys. What are you, nuts? Mac Hollins, and right now it's Mac Hollins and Keon Coleman. We can cover those guys. They bring back Cooper. We'll see. But I'm not over here thinking they needed Deebo. Ayuk, on the other hand, that just gets complicated. I don't know how you make that. I don't know how you trade a guy off an ACL. There are reports the Niners would entertain trading Brandon Ayuk, which a year ago I would have said great idea for the Bills. But now there's all these things in the way. It's not quite the same, but I mean, the Sabres trying to trade Eichel off of a injury where he needs surgery and more time. How do I do that? This guy's had the surgery. ACL timelines are all crazy. What do I got to do? Wait till he's all the way back, watch a bunch of workouts, and still wait? I don't understand. I don't know how that's going to happen. But on Deebo, it's fine. No thanks. If anything, Washington adding a piece means they're less likely to add somebody else.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with it. I like Deebo as a player. I don't think that he's anything what the Bills needed.
What Deebo does is what's interesting is what Deebo does is what the Bills do, right? What they did last year, what they kind of already had to some extent, which is
low ADOT yards after catch.
Super low ADOT yards after catch. So since 2019, when he entered the NFL, he has the most yards after catch in the NFL of any wide receiver. He doesn't have the most yards.
Yeah.
He has the most yards after catch, though.
And they put him in the backfield a lot.
Yep.
They use him the way the Bills use Shakir.
Right.
They build in yards after catch
Which
yards.
is why you have Shakir, and like Curtis Samuel is already under contract for next year, and he's supposed to be a lot of this. So I've already got one guy that I know is really good at it, in Shakir. I've got another guy that I think is good at it. He just hasn't really done it here yet, injuries and whatnot. I need a third guy on the roster that is kind of represents that. Like, to me, that didn't add up either. Where it feels like him and Shakir would be in conflict with each other playing in the same offense.
Yep. Or Samuel. Like, if you didn't have Samuel, you could bring him in and say he's a screen guy for us. He breaks tackles at a crazy rate. Like, Deebo's been so good at breaking tackles and yards after catch.
Yards after catch, by the way, look at this. Yards after catch per reception, he is at 9.2. And the next closest guy, I'm scrolling down. He's at 9.2. This has a certain minimum on it. 9.2 yards after catch per reception, and Jamar Chase is next at 6.1.
Yeah.
So he's been this is his prime that I'm including here. This is since he entered the league that he's the best in football. That's the other part is
he's old.
He's old. His body's taken a lot of hits. He has played running back in the league, which has added to the mileage that he's had. He's still probably pretty good, but he is not what he was 3 years ago, where you wanted to compare everyone entering the NFL to Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
He was compared to more than any player in NFL history for a 24-month stretch.
Could you find a tweet right now of referring to Khalil Shakir as Deebo Light?
Sure.
Like, everybody's Deebo Light.
I remember when Travis Etienne was entering the NFL, and like, oh, guys, Travis Etienne is Deebo Samuel Light.
Yeah.
Like, okay, sure. He's still probably pretty good, but he's not that anymore. And then on Ayuk, that almost feels fishy from the Niners.
Yes.
That, okay, we wanted to trade him, but remember, like, there was the Cleveland rumor and the New England rumor that, like, those were the packages that the Niners liked, but Ayuk wouldn't sign there.
And the Pittsburgh rumor and the Jacksonville rumor.
So now is it like, okay, guys, now we got him under contract. Now we can trade him anywhere. right? Before, he was telling us no on Cleveland and no on New England, and now we got him under contract.
Right.
Now we could trade him to Cleveland if we wanted. Now we could trade him to New England if we wanted.
Yeah.
Like, I almost wonder if there's something fishy going on there with the Niners. Like, let's play him for a year. He'll be under contract, then we could trade him anywhere we want.
Yeah.
Rather than just deal with, like, 2 teams.
803-0550 to join us. I wonder when we get news on Vaughn because, again, legal tampering period starts a week from today. And then the league year. If the Bills want to bring people in, they are over the cap still. They will need to make their moves and restructures and extensions, and whether that's Rousseau or Bernard or if it's Allen's new deal.
Does that come first?
I don't know.
What's the next announcement that they make?
That's a good question.
Is it just that Allen signed a new contract?
Maybe it's Rousseau because that's the thing they could do to bring their number down the most.
Is the Rousseau
going
extension?
Off a fifth year? Yeah, off a fifth-year option at big money at defensive end.
Okay,
it could be a Vaughn
being released.
Restructure, but there are going to be moves this week. There have to be. Adam in Silver Creek. Adam, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
The momentum on Myles Garrett, I heard that, I guess we're planning on making a package offer to Cleveland here. And I guess my hypothetical is, I don't know about you guys, but I'm exhausted from constantly investing into the defensive line. I get it. Myles is a big ticket. But I guess, a hypothetical for you guys, would you rather spend a boatload of draft picks on Myles Garrett, or would you rather trade a mid to late round pick for a DK Metcalf and have that be your big acquisition?
Well, I mean, if the DK's a mid-round pick, that's an easy yes for me. Mm-hmm. But
I don't know that he's available.
So the report out of Seattle is that Green Bay has an offer of a young receiver and a high pick. Is that Dontavian Wicks in a second? Is that
they have? I saw Peter Bukowski, Locked On Packers, who we've had on the show. What he has been doing a lot of this offseason is what they're debating is, do we pay either Christian Watson or Romeo Doubs? Like, if it costs the Shakir contract.
Yeah.
Like, do we want to go pay both of these guys $15 million per year? Like, I think both of them are about to be up.
You should probably play Doubs
probably
because
one of those.
Watson can't stay healthy.
Okay, right.
Right? I mean, it feels like he's missed a lot of time.
So I almost feel like the guy they'd be trying to trade is one of those two.
Well, to that point, I mean, is Christian Watson a fit for the Bills? Because as soon as I saw that report about Seattle and Green Bay and chatter about a potential offer there for Metcalf, my thought was like, okay, who's Green Bay offering up? Give him a call. If it's Dontavian Wicks, call on Dontavian Wicks, who might not be exactly what the Bills need, whatever.
Watson is for speed, but with the injuries.
He's a boundary guy who's fast.
Yeah.
Really fast. And they use him on reverses, and he's when he's healthy, he's been kind of exciting. I don't know.
But if you told me Metcalf is the one that's available, Metcalf is the one that fits. Metcalf fits perfectly for what the Bills need.
I mean,
perfectly on almost every front except that you have to pay him. You have to do that now.
Yeah.
Like, he's got 1 year left in his contract. This is not, hey, you traded for Stephon Diggs with 4 years left in his contract in Minnesota at a pretty reasonable rate. This is, you're acquiring the guy, and then you got to, immediately pay him. And you got to pay him a monster number. Right? So there goes your Garrett trade, if you want. You could trade for Metcalf. Well, I don't know if he's available, but if he was, it's like, okay, we could trade for DK Metcalf, and then we are kissing goodbye the Myles Garrett idea if he becomes available. But I might say that's worth it. He's the perfect final piece for your offense.
That's probably right. Coleman and a second, they say.
Sure.
Yeah.
Coleman a second, and then I got to pay him $30 million a year.
Well,
I'm still in. I'm still in.
Back to the caller though about tired of pouring assets into the defensive line. You might be tired of it. The Bills have done a lot of it, and they've not gotten results. Really, they're still going to do it.
You want to almost allow that to exit your mind.
You have to.
That they've done it a lot.
You have to. Right.
Because their roster looks like they haven't,
and they definitely have.
Yeah, they're not getting the results of picks that are that high, and also, it's been a couple of years now, right? They did not pick defensive line in last. Well, they picked Dwayne Carter, right?
Yeah.
So third round, they picked a third round guy and a fifth round guy. That's not much capital. The year prior, they did not draft a defensive lineman. The year before that, they did not draft a defensive lineman. So again, they have done it in the past, But it's been a minute. The last 3 draft classes combined, they have spent 1/3 and 1/5. That's it. Mm-hmm. Part of that, they spent $100 million on Von Miller.
Right.
But in terms of draft capital, like they haven't. Not since Rousseau and Basham, which again was 4 years ago now. So the way the cycle goes, if you're doing it that way, that's not quite best player available. That's not quite, hey, what's my best need on my roster? If you just want to do it on, well, what have they picked lately? They've picked pass catchers lately. Their first pick in back-to-back drafts was a pass catcher.
And their second pick, 3 picks. Cook, Kincaid, Shakir.
That's right.
Sorry. Yeah, no, Cook, Kincaid, Coleman.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, those are their
That's right.
Their first or second pick in 3 drafts when they don't go to the defensive line.
So, like, not because they've done it in the past, to me, is not a good enough reason to say, like, that they shouldn't look to spend that in the first round or the second round. Their line is just not that great. So it should be where their assets are going.
803-0550 to join us. Thanks for the phone call. On the defensive line, they're going to draft 2 defensive tackles and a defensive end in this draft, or vice versa. Like the over-under on how many draft picks on the defensive line will be over-under 2.5, and that might be low if they used all 10 picks, because their offense doesn't need a single piece outside of the one receiver who probably isn't available in the draft. Maybe he is, maybe not.
Maybe they'll pick a backup quarterback.
Matthew Golden is an idea for the Bills, but he ran too fast.
But Isaiah Bond didn't.
Isaiah Bond ran slowly, but he's not as good as Golden.
I'm not well in tune with these receivers yet to know like what's different about those two. In my mind right now, they're the same person. They're speed, smaller receivers. One ran a fast 40, one ran a slow 40. That's very inexact science, though, on comparing those two players. And then I've got my running back bet. So maybe they'll pick a running back at some point in the draft. That's it. That's their offense. The backup linemen are even signed, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're good there.
Their offense is, almost fully formed. Metcalf, I'd like to see that rumor kick up a little bit more. Mid-round pick for Metcalf. That's, again, you offered in the hypothetical a mid-round pick for Metcalf. The report from Seattle is that Green Bay offered a young receiver and a high pick. So that's probably at least a second and a player. Like a second and Jaden Reed. They don't want Reed because they've got JSN. I'd imagine.
If I were Seattle, oh, right, yeah. Because on value, I'd almost rather have Jaden Reed.
Reed's great.
He's 5 years younger, and I've got the rookie contract, and he's very good. But right, they already have JSN. So
803-0550 on WGR.
Appliances, HVAC, and outdoor equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. Recommend AmericanEagle.com. Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Jeremy White here for Riverfront Auto Sales, 1379 Niagara Street in Buffalo. If you're in the market for a pre-owned vehicle, Riverfront Auto Sales can help you. When you go to Riverfront, you, first off, get the experience of the Riverfront family, which is, they've been in the business for decades, for 45 years. Trust me, you won't find a better deal on pre-owned vehicles because they know all there is to know. Buying pre-owned is wiser than buying new. And why? A new vehicle loses value the second you drive off the lot, 30%, 50%. Riverfront, they've got great late model vehicles, pre-owned vehicles, a fraction of the price. And if you want to talk about what holds value, Riverfront can help you with that. A 2022 Land Rover was $100,000 2 years ago and at half the price at Riverfront right now. So get to Riverfront Auto Sales, and for the rest of this month, again, they're extending their double your tax refund promotion up to $2,000. So $500 gets you a $1,000 down payment, $1,000 gets you $2,000 towards any vehicle on the lot. Plus, Riverfront has guaranteed credit approval. No matter your situation, they'll work with you. 886-1626. That's 886-1626. Visit Riverfront Auto Sales today, 1379 Niagara Street, and online at riverfrontautosales.com.
Sabres fall to Montreal on Saturday at KeyBank Center. They are getting another shot at the Canadiens tonight, though. That'll be a 7 o'clock puck drop in Montreal. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. Tomorrow, Sabres and Sharks. They have a back-to-back coming up. To football at the Combine, Matthew Stafford is staying in L.A. Deebo Samuel traded from the 49ers to the Commanders for a 5th-round pick. The Browns are still not talking Myles Garrett trade with other teams. Jeremy Fowler says that if they begin talking Garrett trade, that the Eagles and the Bills are expected to be the two most aggressive teams. The Niners, by the way, after trading Samuel, still, though, could be open to trading Brandon Ayuk. Diana Rossini saying that they'd be open to it and that teams have expressed interest in trading for Ayuk, who's off a torn ACL and signing an extension last year. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
both Jason and Jordan have become very important players in the locker room, the way they carry themselves, important players on the ice. And these are guys that we've indicated to both their agents we'd like to have them here. And we'll keep working at it over the next week. If we can't get a deal done, we certainly don't have to trade them Friday either. I mean, we have them until July 1st, so we can keep working at it. But if I felt that we were in a position with one of them or both of them, I'd say that I guess better, that we weren't able to get them signed and there wasn't a future, then, we have to look at that. But certainly our priority is to have them stay with us here.
Sabres general manager Kevin Adams was on with Mike Schopp and the Bulldog Friday. Sabres went on to lose to Montreal. They'll play again tonight in Montreal against the Canadiens, who have won 4 in a row and are looking to get into the playoffs. They're just on the outside looking in. Capitals play Ottawa tonight. Ovechkin 10 goals away from tying Gretzky.
One of these Atlantic teams got to finally make it.
Yeah, somebody's going to do it.
Probably.
Yeah.
Boston's 2-back, 4-back, something.
Somebody's going to do it. I guess Boston doing it would be funny, but every other team in the division is having the season we want the Sabres to have. That's pretty much it. Like every other team. 803-0550 if you want to join us. Jeremy and Joe, happy Wednesday. Does this qualify as the sun being out yet or no?
The sun being out, or
I see.
Do I have to see it? Because there are only clouds.
I see a blue pocket of sky.
Where?
Right.
That little sliver way off in the distance?
Yeah, I see a sliver.
I mean, come on.
I see blue sky.
It's not sunny out, though. Right? Those are not the same thing.
You're right. The
sun is up and it being sunny are very different. When you say it's sunny, I'm expecting not what it is outside right now.
You're expecting shadows to be cast.
Yeah,
which is not happening right now.
I would be. No, I don't think so.
Not where we are. Paige in Buffalo is up. Hey, Paige. Good morning.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I wanted to talk. I know we kicked the tires on Devontae Adams. Just checking to see if we possibly revisit that if the Jets drop him. If there's any concerns about any kind of chemistry. I know he demands the ball. Yeah, that's my question.
All right. Thanks, Paige. There's a good question to be asked about. Would the Bills do a Diggs trade again? Would they do it again? Right now, you can trade
when they traded for Diggs.
Yes,
right?
yes. You can trade your first-round pick right now for that 4 years. Would they do it again? What would their answer be?
But Bean's answer would be yes.
I mean, it better be yes.
I think Bean's answer would be yes. Yeah, I think their answer would be yes.
So
I think their answer would be yes.
That's not quite the same as Adams. Like Adams
too old for that.
Does he demand the ball? Possibly. I mean, a lot of these guys want to be involved. Everybody eats is great and all until, guys want to get contracts and get paid. And then once guys get paid, it becomes, well, you better produce. Like Shakir, now on a new deal, average annual value, $15 million. I still haven't seen, the real money for that yet. But
Shakir?
Yeah.
I haven't either.
But if he ends up the year with 38 catches, we're not okay with that. Like, wait a minute, you're being paid.
Right.
So I don't know if they would duck away from Adams. They were in on him at the deadline. And he went to the Jets, and they immediately swung for Cooper.
Yeah.
20 minutes later.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think he'd be off the table, but he might have other ideas about where to go.
He could. I mean, if I'm him, the Bills are as good a candidate as anybody else would be, right? As long as I'm just not still obsessed with playing with Aaron Rodgers wherever he goes.
What does he want? Does he want to win, or does he want to catch a bunch of balls, or both? I mean, does he want to win? Does he want to go somewhere nice? Does he want to go somewhere where you just play ball and not worry about it?
Yep.
You want to go to the Chargers and play with Justin Herbert and live in L.A.? Like, there are options. He was good for the Jets. And
yeah, he was very good.
And last year he remained maybe not quite elite, but very, very good.
Yeah, and he got open regularly. He was a better player than Cooper was, as he's been for most of his career. And what's funny about, if the Bills had landed on him instead of Cooper and gotten a better version of the thing they tried to get, then we'd probably be thinking a lot differently about their offense. They would have had, I don't even want to put it as demanding the football. They would have had a guy that got open regularly enough to get the ball more than 4 or 5 times a game. That's what he was getting, double-digit targets with the Jets. I'm not sure he would have had 141 targets in 11 games with the Bills, but would he have had 100?
Yes.
In 11 games? Instead of 141? That's a massive drop-off over what he had. It's still a lot.
Yep.
So way more than anybody on the Bills had. And maybe we wouldn't be saying everybody eats. I don't even care about it, though.
No, I never did before, and I don't now.
And it might show their motivation that it was a fun saying. It worked to an extent, and it worked. It worked.
Yeah.
They were the second highest scoring team in the league, right?
Yep.
But do you want to do that forever? Do you believe it's sustainable forever? And I've held up consistently since the end of the season. I think they're going to have regression on turnovers because they had the best turnover season like ever. And you have to make up for that in another place. And if you have Davante Adams on your team, that's your answer. Your answer is, I now have a receiver that I don't care about demanding the ball. When Allen drops back to pass and nobody's open, well, now one guy's open. Almost all the time. And that is one element that they're missing, is a guy that Allen knows if a play breaks down or if your first read isn't there, there's a guy that I can always come back to because he's probably going to have his man beaten. And they didn't have that guy last year, and Adams would have been that guy.
He plays the outside all the time. Not quite exclusively, but snap count on the outside is often above 85%, 80%. He plays the boundary. He plays on the line. He can play the X or the Z. Like, he plays all positions. The question is, are you betting on an older guy again? That's kind of what you do in free agency. You bet on older guys. That's the choice.
And you really right now don't have an option of a younger guy.
No.
Unless you think, again, if Metcalf was available, then that would change that. But right now, you don't have a young. How old's Adams? 33. You don't have a 28-year-old, 27-year-old stud free agent that you can go after. You don't have a 27, 28-year-old stud that's available on the trade market. Justin Jefferson signed.
Right.
The CD Lamb signed. These guys all signed. Jamar Chase, I guess, hasn't signed yet, but he's almost too good for this. You don't have that guy available. So, all right, I've got the old guy, and I probably don't have to commit to him for a long time. So it's a reasonable enough idea, even though he's at the age he's at.
803-0550. Mike in a car. Hey, Mike. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Just before I segue into mine, T. Higgins is a younger free agent wide receiver who could be a number one here. But
he is not a free agent. You would have to trade for him.
Yeah, they tagged him. If they had not, I would have been 100% with you, though, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. The reason I called is to talk about Kevin Adams' statement about Zucker and Greenway. What I think he's missing, or maybe he's not missing it, players want to get traded out of here. I mean, you have to overpay a guy a lot to stay here in this culture, in this losing team. I mean, why do you think Eichel wanted out? Reinhart wanted out. O'Reilly wanted out. Ristolainen wanted out. Skinner wanted out. All these guys want out of here. This whole idea of, you have so many franchises that, if you don't, unless you're playing well, we're going to trade you. Oh, okay. I better really start working hard because I don't want to get traded. So these guys are praying. They're saying, please trade me to a contender because this place is the worst hockey in the world in terms of a professional hockey team. 14 straight years of terrible hockey. And it's that's why you're not getting free agents here. And players who have a no-trade clause don't want to come here unless you're going to so overpay them that it makes it not worthwhile, which is why the only way that this team can ever get back to where it needs to be, these hockey trades aren't working because guys don't want to come here. So you got to go through the draft. You got to go through the young guys and hopefully build something up. But this isn't a 1 year or a 2 year rebuild. We need a real GM. We need somebody who knows hockey. We need real scouts. We need people. I mean, the scouting hasn't been that bad. The guys that we've drafted seem to be developing okay, but there's nothing around them. The veterans just want to get out of here as soon as they can get out of here. I mean, can you imagine Jason Zucker? He comes here for a 1 year, $5 million deal. He's having a decent year. Why in the world, if he's got 2 or 3 years left, would he ever think about saying, okay, I'll take $7 million here instead of $6 million somewhere else or $5 million somewhere else where I have a chance to win? Just not happening. And I'm sorry for venting, but this whole idea that we've got hockey heaven. Yeah, that's hockey heaven.
Well, it's a long time since we've heard that. It's a long time ago. That's a long time ago. Yeah, thanks, Mike. I mean, I don't think really there's much to disagree with what you said there. I think everybody kind of knows that.
Well, the thing about that's why like Friday for Zucker might be interesting to some extent because you might have to overpay him to stay here, and it might not even matter. Some guys probably have a verbal agreement with you before the season. Wasn't Taylor Hall this a little bit? Like, all right, I'll sign a 1-year deal with you, but if the season's not going well by the deadline, I want to get traded to a contender. And all right, well, let's do that. And both teams going to shake wink on that before the season even begins.
And they traded him exactly where he wanted to go.
Right, which is why the Sabres got like nothing for him.
Yeah.
So if you kind of made that wink agreement with Zucker in the summer, which is, all right, 1 year, $5 million, and if things aren't going well here, then you're going to trade me to a Stanley Cup contender? Like, yeah, okay. Like, we don't plan on that, but sure. And then if you go back on that, or if you just say, no, we're good, we're going to hold on to you, like, he's the one where I might think he just ends up getting dealt.
The NHL trade deadline as a concept used to be come in, monitor the phones, be so ready, check Twitter, and now it's like which third pairing defenseman will get moved for a fourth-round pick.
Yeah, it's kind of a non-event.
The deadline itself is, oh, you know what? I feel like that's more of a move for the summer. Oh, okay, great. That wins again. It's consistently
that's going to be Elias Pettersson's week,
maybe
isn't it?
It's consistently underwhelming, and the Sabres are in an absolute no-win situation at this deadline. You want to make a hockey trade. What team would want to give you a hockey player? Why would they want to? It's going to be a very tough needle to thread.
Well, that's where Pettersson could work because that they might just not want to even go the rest of the season with him.
That could happen.
Just to get the big shakeup out of the way now.
I suppose. But Pettersson is such a damaged good right now that any idea of trading for him, could you possibly get excited for it? Here's a great player.
I would just be.
Josh gave me a stat in the break that since the Canucks traded JT Miller has more points for the Rangers than Pettersson has shots on goal.
Yeah.
Get me excited about that guy right now. I know there's a lot of talent in there, but please, what could you possibly even get excited? I'm not going to finish the sentence. I'm not going to finish it. Sabres in Montreal tonight. Operation 10 straight.
No, it is funny. The guy that I'm begging for them to trade for to make me feel anything hasn't scored a goal since January 21st.
Oh, yeah, let's go.
It's March 3rd.
Let's go.
That includes the Four Nations, too, by the way. He has one shot on goal in his last 4 games. He has not had a game with more shots on. He is not. Look, this includes the Four Nations tournament. Wow, Pettersson's damaged right now. He does not have more than 1 shot on goal in a game since January. He went a full month. Without playing a hockey game with more than 1 shot on goal. This guy was a goal scorer a couple years ago, by the way, folks. Like, man. Yeah, he would get me up, though. He scored 100 points a couple years ago. It would be something.
Get more of your phone calls in, 803-0550. Give me some trivia or something. Well, check what's going on in the chat. I got
some yak trivia for you.
I need a palate cleanser. I need something. Deebo Samuel traded to Washington. Sabres play tonight. TGL's back with a doubleheader tonight if you want some of that.
Ooh, who's playing?
I don't know. The Bay and the Sticks. I don't know. I'm making up teams now. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Look, accidents happen. Sometimes it can be a fender bender. Sometimes it's a major collision. Either way, Clinton Collision is where you need to go. Sneaky Joe DiBiase here. I've been there. I trust the guys. They do amazing work. They'll get your car looking brand new, no matter how bad the damage is. Plus, they work with all insurance companies. It's your vehicle. Only you should choose your repair shop. Go somewhere where you can trust. My friends at Clinton Collision. Call 716-823-2000, or you can visit ClintonCollision.com.
shows and even podcasts, all on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. It's not every day you see the worst trade proposal you've ever seen in your entire life. But this has happened today. Mike Tannenbaum, who ran an NFL organization on ESPN this morning, has suggested that the Browns and Vikings make a trade. It would be Myles Garrett and a first for J.J. McCarthy, which is quite possibly the worst trade proposal I've ever seen in my entire life.
It really might be the worst one.
I can't wait to try and beat it. Myles Garrett and a first for J.J. McCarthy.
We should print it out and hang it on the wall in here until somebody
Does he
beats
think
it.
that the Browns should do they have the second pick? Does he mean Garrett and the second pick?
Right.
J.J. McCarthy?
Right.
Holy cow. I can't believe how it's unbelievable.
Wasn't he helping the Jets pick their GM this year too?
Maybe.
He was like part of their committee or whatever.
Incredible. Truly incredible. 8030550. Jeff and Colden before the break on goaltending. Hey, Jeff, what's up?
Hey, guys, really quick. I've been watching the Sabres for 40 years. The only thing worse than the Sabres right now are the fans. I'm sick of people saying that they stink, and they are a highly, highly talented team. The biggest mistake we're making right now is we're leaving Uka. We're leaving Devin Levi is done. Uka looks good, but he has his moments. He has his times, and I think Marty said it best. Until we get the goal against average down to 2.5 or less than that, we're just not going to win the games we need to. I will remind everybody of how many games we won with Hasek, where we won a 1-0 game every single time.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen is 35th in the NHL in goals saved above expected. He's behind Reimer in terms of and that's in a lot more starts.
Levi pretend he hasn't played in the NHL yet. Do yourself a favor.
Yeah, Levi's not done great in the NHL out of that first start. He's an incredible goalie at the AHL level, and there's reason to still hope he can play, but Luukkonen's not having a great year. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
He is... Oh, you had him at 35th?
Yes, and just goals saved above expected.
Yeah. Yeah, look at the goalies he's behind. Eric Comrie. He's behind Eric Comrie this season.
All right.
Who's in Winnipeg, by the way?
8030550. John Ledyard joining us next to help us wrap the Combine, what we learned coming up. Jeremy White here for Atwall Eye Care. Sports fans, if your eyesight seems to be changing and you're noticing driving in bright light or at night your vision is suffering, it could be cataracts. And part of that natural aging process of the eye, don't worry, Atwall Eye Care has you covered with customized cataract surgery options to fit you, to fit your lifestyle. So it's a chance to get the answers you need. You can register for Atwell Eye Care's next Lunch and Learn. It's going to be Friday the 14th at Ilio DiPaolo's restaurant at 12 noon. Register now for Atwell Eye Care's free, no pressure, no obligation Lunch and Learn the 14th at Ilio DiPaolo's at noon. Meet Dr. A.J. Gerongo, get all your questions answered, find out how cataract surgery can help you see the 716 more clearly. Friday the 14th, 12 noon, Lunch and Learn at Ilio DiPaolo's. Register now at atwelleye.com. That's atwelleye.com. Atwell Eye Care is the official eye care provider of the Buffalo Bills and the eye care I trust for my family.
Sabres fall on Saturday to the Canadiens. They get another shot at them tonight in Montreal. They've lost back-to-back games. Tonight at 7, 6 o'clock pregame here on WGR. They'll play the Sharks tomorrow back at home. To football. Combine wrapping up this weekend. We did get resolution on some of the non-prospect stuff. Matthew Stafford is going to stay put in Los Angeles, signing a new contract. Deebo Samuel traded from the 49ers to the Commanders for a 5th-round pick. And the Browns are still playing hardball on Myles Garrett. They're not talking to other teams. Jeremy Fowler reports, though, that if they do begin talking to other teams, that the Bills and the Eagles are expected to be the two most aggressive suitors. Other football notes, the Jets are taking trade calls on Davante Adams, although they will be cutting him, is the report, if a deal fails to materialize. And the Cowboys will franchise tag defensive tackle Osa Odigizua if a long-term deal is not reached by tomorrow. We are 9 days out from free agency and the new league year. A week from today is legal tampering in the NFL. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
That's 10. That's a good start. That is athletic. Look at him go. 4-9-1. You let out a primal scream when you do freaky stuff. That's what he did right there. That was fantastic.
And the fans here letting him hear it. It seemed like he let out a primal scream every 10 yards, and then the last 10 was just one long scream.
The Combine. Beautiful. I like the smattering of applause there.
There was a grunter, too, wasn't there?
Yeah. So that was the one, like the Monica Seles reference from those guys.
Yeah.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Monday. It's going to warm up this week. That's great. League year starts soon enough. Legal tampering a week from today. The Combine wrapping. NFL offseason in full force. Joining us on the Wester Hotline, John Ledger, to help us dig through what we got out of the Combine. John, good morning. Thanks for taking some time today.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, John of the Audibles and Analytics podcast, and here to talk to us about the Combine. So, I don't know, John, we're here in Buffalo. We're focused on a couple different position groups. The number one group we might be focused on this year is probably defensive line, edge, and defensive tackle. The Bills have tried to get players at this position to be difference makers with some mixed results. And everything I'm hearing and we're hearing is that this class is loaded, particularly at tackle. So coming out of the Combine, did it confirm that for you? Did you come up with any other thoughts on that?
I've kind of been the zigger while everyone else zags, or however you like to say it, with the defensive tackle class. I think there's a lot of guys who can play. I don't really see anybody that's a high-end type of prospect, like where I would have this is a top 10 caliber player. I know some people are there on Mason Graham. I don't see that on tape. I think if you watch the Texas and Oregon games, they really just got after him. They said, this is a guy we can exploit. They put him on the ground a bunch in those games. And while I do think he's a quick player and I love how he won in college, he's kind of exciting to watch in college. I think if you look at the full sample size of plays, the size, his athletic testing numbers were going to be bad. That's why he didn't. One of the reasons why he didn't go through this, if you talk to people behind the scenes, is like, yeah, that's not his game. He's not going to test great. And I think all that is just, it's not like he doesn't have good plays in college. He absolutely does. He's good plays almost every game in college. But the bad are pretty bad. And I would say with below average athleticism and below average size, length for the position, I think it's more likely that the bad becomes more of the norm and is troubling in his NFL tape. I think those weaknesses are more likely to get worse and the strengths are more likely to be a little bit less noticeable as the athleticism and size gap expands. So I have concerns about him as a high-level player. I think he can help a team. I think there might even be some production there that people gravitate toward, but I think he could have some concerns at the next level too. And everybody else, there's a lot of run defenders in this class, a lot of guys who can play and help a team right away, be in a rotation. I just don't really see the high-end caliber athlete, caliber pass rusher in this class. Walter Nolan probably is the best shot, but you listen to people talk, and does he love ball? Is he really locked in? He didn't test. What kind of a guy is this we're getting? I think, and he is ups and downs on tape too, I think, that are concerning. So it's a scary class at the top. I think there's a lot of depth, though, and you'll find players who can play in the middle rounds.
Yeah, Walter Nolan of Ole Miss. John Ledyard, Audibles and Analytics podcast. I'm a subscriber. Really good, thorough breakdowns of each prospect. Would definitely recommend it. So not a high-end guy, but the Bills pick at 30. So if this is a position group that they're looking at, and also for context, John, like Ed Oliver is a part of this team under contract. He's a smaller, penetrating type of defensive tackle. Is there a name or a group of names then that kind of add up to where the Bills pick and what the specific type of interior lineman they could be looking at?
Yeah, I think for the Bills, the thing that's the big takeaway from last year is you watch the teams that won it, you look at the teams every year that kind of win it, and I talk about this all the time. It's just having a four-man pass rush that can get after quarterbacks in the playoffs is one of the most important parts of being a contender, and obviously that's where the Bills are fixated right now. They have to put that element to their team over the top, and they just haven't been able to do it. They've tried. It's not like they don't know that. They've tried. They're not going to be one of these super blitz-heavy teams, so they have to find ways to get pressure with four, and I think they've spent a lot of resources on it. But perhaps if I was going to offer any suggestion to the Bills, it would just be looking a little bit more at the type of player they've added, and perhaps getting away from, they have it on the edge of preoccupation with size to a degree, and I think getting away from that maybe a little bit and being able to make some concessions there could benefit them as a rush team. And then on the inside, they went with a smaller player in Ed Oliver, who's sort of that upfield penetrator, as you mentioned, who's a good fit. So you look at a couple options in the draft, I'd say you could definitely go the route of let's pair this guy with a power player in the middle. There's a lot of those. I think the two guys that have the most pass rush potential eventually is Kenneth Grant and then Jamari Caldwell from Oregon, who's not getting quite as much hype, but if you watched him in the drills of the combine, he is unbelievably light on his feet. And to be honest, not to be disrespectful to him, but his body doesn't even look like amazing right now. Like I think the NFL would want him to shape up a little bit. But if you watch him on tape at Oregon, he plays a ton of snaps. He plays with high energy consistently. He might just be one of those guys that just never looks that impressive. Vince Wilfork type maybe. But he's hard to move and he's really quick for how big he is. He's a 330-some pounder. So he's really impressive. I think he's kind of been slept on a little bit and is really good. I think Grant is. If he's less consistent than an Alfred Collins, or even, to be honest, I think a guy that's being slept on is C.J. West, but the upside is way greater. This is a guy who moves really, really well and has actual pass rush potential as a nose. So, those are guys I think that your best football could still be ahead of them. And then if you're looking for guys that are just steady to pair next to Ed Oliver, I think, in the third round, maybe like a guy like Alfred Collins from Texas who has an unreal frame. If he had just juice and more pass rush ability, he'd be a top 10 pick. This guy is almost 6'6", 332 pounds, almost 35-inch arms, just a complete freak, hardly any bad weight on him, but he just doesn't move quite on the high level of some of the pass rushing interior defensive linemen that teams tend to value. But the run defense stuff is exceptional. The technique is exceptional. The effort's exceptional. So there's a lot of guys in this class, like I said, who can help. It's just hard to find who's the pass rusher, who's the guy to put next to Oliver that can help us stop the run but still be valuable when teams throw on early downs. And I think you're hoping Caldwell and Grant become those guys. And then there's other guys who you just want a higher floor. You can definitely find that guy, whether it's C.J. West or Alfred Collins or Tyleek Williams. There's a lot of those types of guys that'll plug in right away and be solid, but I don't know that they'll ever be anything more than what they are as rookies.
These guys and what they did at the Combine, how valuable to you is the Combine at this point? I know it's, for you, probably definitely below the tape, right?
Yeah, nothing's more valuable than the tape, but I will say the Combine for this position group specifically, I could talk for an hour longer than you guys have about how I value the Combine as a whole, I guess, depending on the position. But for this position group, I think it's very valuable, and I think we have tons of data that show us how valuable it is for this position group. You think about something like the three cone. These guys are literally turning corners around blockers to the quarterback. So that exact movement really does translate to the position. You think about getting off the ball. Well, your 10-yard split is very similar to that stance. Not exactly the same, but it's more similar to that stance you have coming out of your 40, and being able to calculate what that 10-yard split looks like. That matters for this position. Wide receiver's not going to start from that stance, so you're not necessarily super concerned with their 10-yard split. I mean, it's nice to know, but, from a standstill position, it's just different in terms of what you're trying to decipher about the actual player. But for this position, for defensive linemen, especially for edge defenders, there are a lot of combine exercises that directly relate to a player's level of ability that will translate to the NFL. That's why you almost always see the top rushers in the league, the top picks in the draft, are usually high-end athletes and tested really well. Some people might say, they didn't run a great 40, but the 40 doesn't matter as much. The 10, the broad jump, I think the vert to a lesser extent, the 3-cone, the shuttle to a degree, but I think those sorts of things really matter for this position, especially to be above certain thresholds. It's more of a disqualifier. Just because you test great doesn't mean you'll be a good rusher. I can bring up a million names from the past that would relate to, but I think guys who have great tape and then test well, you feel great about. Guys who have great tape and then test really poorly, which doesn't happen that much these days because guys won't test if they think they're going to test poorly, which we saw some of that at this combine. I think that's a really important distinguishing factor to say, okay, I might like his tape, but nobody's ever been a Pro Bowl player, whatever, with these numbers, and I think that part of it does matter.
Testing, a lot of the wide receivers get headlines on the testing. Last year, Xavier Worthy, the 4.2, a smaller receiver, of course, and this year, a couple guys say they were going to beat his time. Nobody did. Do you feel like the 40 is you're talking about its usefulness for different positions? Is it a vanity test for some, really? Because for these receivers to go out there and say, we're going to break the record, they didn't do horribly, but they just didn't break the record. It seems like it really was just some sort of achievement that they wanted, some kind of like feather in the cap. How much do you value the 40 versus the gauntlet versus all the other drills at receiver?
Yeah, I think the drills are nice just to be able to see how guys move and how easily they catch the football. But I always thought the on-field drills, you definitely see guys get exposed, I'd say. But typically you had questions about those guys on tape anyway. And, maybe it's exactly like what I saw on tape. Or, I was worried about that, even though I like other things. And now I see how he gets out of his break and how many steps he takes to slow down and that he doesn't know where his routes are break. I think there were some valid concerns with Troy Franklin from Oregon last year with how good is the overall understanding of route concepts for the NFL. And then he, went at the combine and you could see he was really off his mark on a lot of stuff. I liked the tape, unfortunately, probably too much, but I was concerned with that part of his evil. So you do see some things. I think the 40 is definitely important, but again, more as a disqualifier. You run really slow, you run on the 4.6s, it's going to be hard for teams to value you as a high-end player. You run on the high 4.5s, but you see the average time that they talk about on NFL Network for Pro Bowl wide receivers or for 1,000-yard receivers. Everybody's got these different thresholds. So especially for outside wide receivers, I think if you want to play in that plane, there is certain, you kind of have to be this fast. And we do have a lot of data to back that up. Could there be exceptions to the rule? As a draft analyst, you're always looking for who can be exceptions to the rule, who you want to plant your flag on. You're always looking to take a chance on one or two guys you just believe in, even when some things are against them as prospects. And, sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong, but you want to be able to stand on the table for certain players. So I think it does really matter a lot. I think it's really nice when guys run it so we have more data, but it is one data point, and I think there are other things that matter. And typically these things coincide with the tape or bring you back to the tape and you say, that might actually be more of an issue than I thought it was at first.
John Ledyard with us, Audibles and Analytics. JohnLedyard.substack.com if you want to check out his Substack. For any position, anyone come to mind who did the most for themselves at the Combine? I'm thinking about Nick Emenwari because we've talked about safety, and he just tested the greatest safety maybe ever, but maybe he was never going to fall to the Bills anyway.
Yeah, he definitely helped himself a lot. I think everybody kind of knew he was a really good athlete, so for him to have those kind of numbers was still wild. That's always the fun part of this is that it's fun just seeing great athletes do crazy athletic stuff, even if you don't think they're great prospects. So I think he had a great time. I think that Armand Membo from Missouri, people already should have been talking about him as the top offensive lineman in the draft, but I think those conversations will really pick up, and I'd be surprised if he's not a top 10 pick. There's not a lot of great tackles in this class. I think a lot of the quote-unquote top tackles will end up moving inside for NFL teams, Will Campbell being one of those guys. And so I think that his stock's really going to skyrocket as the week goes on, or as the next couple months unfold. So he's one guy. I think the running back group as a whole, people already kind of, do you value running backs? And I think that's a really good and fair conversation to have. But, everybody ran 4.4 basically. It was unbelievable. And so a lot of those guys helped raise their stock. I mean, I think Omarion Hampton being as fast as he was, and Quinshon Judkins, I mean, I don't think people expected him to be a premier athlete. And his size, that lower center of gravity, 5'11", 220, it's kind of like the perfect running back size. He has really good tape and production. So I think he helped himself a lot. So there are definitely a lot of guys you look across the board. You're like, yeah, you really helped yourself by testing some. And, some guys were helped just because the rest of the class didn't do as much to help themselves. And so, or that position group didn't do as much to help themselves. Membao might be one of those guys too. So I think overall there were definitely a lot of winners coming out of the combine.
And then last for me, John, the quarterback. Is the story of the weekend Shedeur Sanders? Not even because really not a lot of these guys threw. But I don't know, his press conference, and there's this report about teams not liking what he did in the meeting rooms. For Sanders and the overall for quarterback, what do you think this weekend meant, if anything?
Yeah, I didn't see those with Sanders. That's surprising. I mean, he is a pretty smart guy. He's very football smart, very, very committed to football, I think. And, his disposition, I think how he carries himself, his way of communicating is unique to him. And so I've always said this, I think you're going to have to find a team that's okay with letting him be himself. Is that going to be the Giants? Well, I don't know. I don't know if that is going to be the Giants. Is that going to be another team? Is the Raiders? I mean, I think Pete Carroll has made a career out of sort of having that be one of his MOs. So that could be a really interesting landing spot for Sanders. I think that to me feels maybe a little bit more likely. And so I think he's a really smart guy. I just really worry, is he as talented as you need to be to play in the league, and does he play at the speed that you need to play at in the league? Because both he and Ward are actually, it's so funny they're in the same class, because if you watch them on tape, they're both really kind of so relaxed. I mean, they are probably two of the most relaxed quarterbacks in the pocket that you'll ever see. I mean, both their body language is almost comical at times, just like going through the motions before the snap, and they just have a relaxed nature to their body, and that can be a really good thing, and it can also lead for Ward to he makes some plays that you're like, okay, that's head scratcher, and I think he's probably the best guy in this class for sure. And with Sanders, it's not so much the throws, it's just how long he takes to make decisions, and he just kind of, oh yeah, I know there's pressure coming, but I can just hang on a second longer, then he gets hit as he throws. And he just took a beating, and I think the feel for pressure and just knowing that stuff pre-snap, I think some of that stuff still has a ways to go with him. And then you add to that he's not a remarkably physically gifted player. So I think there's a chance he could surprise everybody, just get in the right system and get in the right and just be one of these great rhythm passers who, kind of plays within himself a lot more than he did, now that he has a better supporting cast than he did at Colorado. But, I mean, I think from the stuff you're looking at pre-draft, quarterback's always more of a crapshoot, I think, than any other position. But I think you definitely think Ward is the better player based on tape.
John Ledyard of the Audibles and Analytics podcast joining us here on the Western Hotline to talk about the Combine. Thanks, John. Thanks so much, and we'll be in touch.
Absolutely, guys. Always appreciate you having me on.
Very good. Combine wrapping, and now into this is the illegal tampering period. If you're going to tamper, right? You can't talk to Monday.
Yeah.
Monday, you can start talking to players, free agency, blah blah blah. I would expect moves from the Bills this week. They have to cap moves, because if they're going to sign any players, there have to be decisions made on the cap, whether that's Rousseau or Allen's deal getting redone, or Benford, sure, Benford, but even that.
But Benford's only a few million.
That's
right,
not going to change. That's not going to save them,
if anything,
big money. Yeah, they've got work to do. That's for sure. I'm trying to see their biggest cap hits. Allen's a big cap hit. Oliver, is there a way to free up money? Dawkins, I feel like there was a Dawkins. Did they make the Dawkins move last year on that?
I think they did something with Dawkins last year.
Okay, right.
Knox's cap hit this year is $14.5 million. But do you want to, when you kick the can down the road, you're more likely committing to the guy for a longer period of time.
Yeah.
But they also talk how much they love him, so maybe they would be fine with that.
The other thing about the longer period of time is, it's running up a credit card bill that you have to pay.
Yep.
But you make more money every year. Just go ahead and rack up the debt. It doesn't actually matter, because next year you'll have $50 million more to use.
That's a story right now about, I think, the Cowboys and Prescott. That's been a thing this year where Dak's contract this year, think I saw Florio writing about this, that, here we go, his cap hit in 2025 is set to be nearly $90 million.
Okay.
But a restructure drops it to 51, which is kicking the can down the road, and that basically the Cowboys have set up Prescott's contract so that eventually they are going to take an enormous number.
Yep.
But by that point, they're almost planning for it to be after he's not on the team anymore.
Great.
And then by that point, $80 million dead cap now sounds like the worst thing in the world. And in 5 years, when they finally eat it, is the cap $400 million and $80 million sounds more like what 40 would be right now or what 50 would be right now?
Or even less, yeah. The Bills can create like $6 million in room by restructuring or extending Dawson Knox. For the Bills, there's not as much to create as you might want. Might be like a whole new deal.
It's the Allen extension. The Allen extension just feels like that's going to happen.
Yep.
That's even got to happen because doesn't it just work on all accounts? It helps the cap situation. Nobody in the world is going to snicker at you committing to him for a longer period of time.
No.
And he shouldn't be the 14th highest paid quarterback in football, right? Even Josh would. Josh would never make a problem of it. But you think like I just won MVP. Like, come on, I don't even know if he needs to be number one. Just you check the list. I'm 14th in the league.
But he's not really 14th in the league.
He's 14th in what? And average annual?
Yeah.
Which is the fake one.
If you do just cash,
okay.
He was 6th in cash last year. He was, because you're going to go to Spotrac and do this with like cash.
Right, okay.
11th in cash the year before, 2023. 2022, what did he get? He got a big 3rd in cash the year before that.
That's probably the year it first kicked in.
Probably, yeah. So, so
he's not really 14th.
No, there was a time where Allen and Mahomes were both outside of the top 10 in how much quarterbacks are paid, and they were 1-2 in how many dollars they actually got. So the cap lies to you about a lot of things, and that's one of the things they lie to you about. Total cash. In 2030, Trevor Lawrence is going to get $53 million in cash. That's on his contract for AAV, but he might never see that actual money. So with Allen, he's paid just fine. Just fine. They could pay him more. We'll get a call in here. Brad in Lackawanna. Hey, Brad.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I would say we need a corner, right? We need a wide receiver, right?
Yep.
So I'm thinking, why don't we just package a monster deal to the Browns that can't refuse? We go use their pick, right? We get Travis Hunter, so we got a receiver in our corner, and we get Myles Garrett in the mix. If they don't want to do that, I say we still try to get their pick and get Travis Hunter, and then maybe sign Khalil Mack or something to that effect.
Mack is the I feel like I want to say Mack is the most likely plan. It's defensive. Yeah. Because they could make it work. Trading up to number 2. That's if the Titans don't take Travis Hunter, which they could.
Yeah, they might.
I don't want to do that, personally. We haven't even talked about it.
No, we won't because they can't get that high.
No, and I'd
love to imagine him on this team.
I also do
arguing about which position he should play.
Does anybody reasonably believe he could play both sides?
Oh, I do.
You do? How many snaps?
But not 100% on both sides. He could play. I think he could reasonably play all the snaps at corner and like a third to half of the snaps at receiver. Yeah. I think you could protect him at receiver in a way. That could be not playing him on run snaps all the time or only certain packages, only certain situations where, he'd play like what Amari Cooper played last year. Like there are games where he plays 36% of the snaps on offense, and he's your full-time corner. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like from all the draft analysis, he is too good at both to not have some combination. Like, the idea of just playing him at corner, he'll never play wide receiver, to me almost sounds like a waste, because I got people telling me he's Jamar Chase at wide receiver. Maybe that's overstating it.
I feel like it's got to be overstating
I am seeing that he is a special receiver prospect. That if he were a receiver, he would be the number one receiver in this class. This isn't a corner that, Oh, no, he can also play receiver, but he's only pretty good at receiver, and he did it because he was in college. This is, oh, no, he's the best corner in the draft, and he's also the best receiver in the class.
Well,
I think he's got to play some combo.
If you're Hunter, you might want to tell any team you're willing to do whatever it takes. You should want to be a receiver because you make more money. You want to make more money?
Then you play receiver.
You'll make a lot more at receiver.
But that's where, if the money part of it, he's going to want some combo of both, because if I'm Hunter's agent, I want to be able to, in my first contract negotiation, go to a team and say, he's doing two things for you. Mm-hmm. So he, like, if he had been drafted 5 years ago, 4 years ago, and every bit of his potential was realized, he's one of the best corners in the league and he's one of the best receivers in the league, and he plays, some combination of both. If I'm the agent, I want to walk into that meeting and say, you're going to pay him $60 million a year because he's a $30 million receiver and he's a $30 million corner.
Yeah.
You're getting two players for one. So you're giving him more than either position because he's both.
I wish him
That's
luck.
what Ohtani did.
I wish him luck with that.
That's why he wants to play both, isn't it?
I don't think it's happening.
At all?
No.
Do you think he'll play one of those positions he's not going to play at all?
Troy Brown used to get a couple of snaps at defensive back.
But he wasn't an elite defensive back.
Oh, I know. I do not think he will play both sides his entire career. There might be a thing to do early because he's a rookie, but if Sauce Gardner could catch the ball, and maybe he's not the best example, if Patrick Surtain could play receiver, would they play him at receiver, or would they not do it because he's too... Like, at some point, now I'm not just doubling the injury risk, there's probably some sort of like exponential risk here. You're getting overused so much, and where's the situation in the game? Like, I struggle to think what NFL coaches would be willing to do it for him. Never mind position coaches. Now these meetings happen at the same time, do they not? Can he be in two places at once? You go to your position meeting, where does he go?
Right.
Maybe, I'm not saying it can't work, I wouldn't be planning on it.
He did some version of that at Colorado.
That's right. That's right.
I know it's different. It's not professional, but he did some version of that at Colorado. And the answer might be the coach that he had in college is the only one that would do it for him. Because the coach he had in college, Dion had 67 targets at 29 years old playing wide receiver and corner at the same time. But that's the only guy that's really ever done it to that level. And even that, 67 targets is not 100.
Right. Having a coach that has done it is a way to get it done for you, yeah. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Thanks, Brad. Had not had that. Nobody called in yet to say
the Bills should trade up for Travis
Hunter.
Hunter.
Get Travis Hunter.
They can't do it.
Yeah. If you couldn't get up to number 6 from Malik Neighbors, you can't get up to number 2 for Travis Hunter. I'd rather would have done the Neighbors trade.
There is no wide receiver trade up though for last year at this time. Not this year. Last year at this time it was go get a Dunze, go get Neighbors, go find your way to get to 9, right? And that's not in the thought process at all this year. Because I don't even think, is McMillan the receiver worthy of that?
I don't. I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want that. No.
Okay.
He's good, but I wouldn't want it.
So that's not on the table at all. Trading up some astronomical price to go get whoever.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Iowa State's Jaden Higgins did really well.
That's a
wide receiver. Sorry.
Wide receiver.
Yeah, he did good. The 5th fastest speed among wide receivers in the gauntlet. Viewed as an X by a lot, but Matt Harmon's tweeting about him right now. I want him to kick inside. All right, he's off the team.
Yeah, that's it.
There's no kicking inside of the next receiver the Bills take in the draft. Must be boundary. All right, we're going to break in. We're late. 803-0550. We're just, rapping about the combine and all that good stuff. Sabres and Canadiens tonight, 7 o'clock.
I mean, there's a lot of run defenders in this class, a lot of guys who can play and help a team right away, be in a rotation. I just don't really see the high-end caliber athlete, caliber pass rusher in this class. Walter Nolan probably is the best shot, but you listen to people talk, and does he love ball? Is he really locked in? He didn't test. Like, what kind of a guy is this we're getting? I think, and he is, ups and downs on tape too, I think, that are concerning. So it's a scary class at the top. I think there's a lot of depth, though, and you'll find players who can play in the middle rounds.
John Ledyard on defensive line in the draft, saying he actually thinks it's got good depth, but maybe not as loaded as some out there are representing. He joined us a little bit ago. Jeremy and Joe, good Monday morning. Another week of work. The Oscars were last night.
Mm-hmm.
They started.
Conan is the host.
It started at 7.
Yeah.
We missed the first hour, which means we missed the live performance of "Defying Gravity," which
same.
You can go back and watch it. That's the song from Wicked. When I watch those two, this is a real talk. When I watch those two sing that song, anytime I watch it, which my daughter's obsessed with it. She loves Wicked. She sings all the songs. And when I watch them sing that song, especially live like that, I have the same reaction that I do when I eat a sandwich with a lot of horseradish. I mean that in a good way. Like, I am like, I can't. Like, I'm taken aback by how unbelievably talented they are.
Yeah.
It's like someone's cutting onions next to me. My eyes start to water. I'm just like, my God, these women are incredible.
It's insane.
Every time.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And live, it was like you wouldn't have even known that it wasn't a recorded version with editing or whatever.
I have a physical reaation to it. I think it's so impressive. So anyway, that's my story. Horseradish.
When you first said that, I'm like, horseradish is terrible. So
horseradish is amazing. You don't like horseradish? Oh, see, horseradish.
I do it on a beef on weck because I feel like I have to, and that's the only time I will ever have it.
If I see horseradish on any plate, there's horse. I want to put it on that sandwich. I want to take a bite, and I want to feel pain.
That's so it's not good.
No,
you're admitting
it's the best.
Painful.
All right, Josh, you. No,
I'm a horseradish mustard guy.
Okay,
so mixing it with things. I don't know if I can do it by itself.
I'm telling you, I can't be the only person that wants. I want that horseradish to punch me in the face.
Yeah, I'm sure. To me, horseradish is a garnish. It's almost like you mix it in with things like cocktail sauce and like mustard and things like that. You don't just eat it by itself.
It burns your nostrils. What is that? That's a good thing.
That's a great feeling.
That's not a great feeling.
I don't know
what.
It's
a great feeling when you're sick.
It's not a great.
I'm telling you, it's a great
spoonful of it when you're sick. Perfect.
I'm healthy as a horse. I'll do it right now. You put a beef on weck in front of me, I want to question whether it's too much every time. Like, I don't know. Wow, let's go, baby. That's horseradish for me.
No, this is a crazy take. The defense of why it's good being that it is painful and smacks you in the face.
The same way if, you watch... I love my comparisons. A football player's getting stretched, and they're like, "Oh, that hurts so good! Oh, yeah, that's what I want." That's horseradish.
But when you release from the stretching, then it goes away.
I take another bite.
Right? No, the horseradish feeling doesn't go away immediately.
No,
that lingers.
Yeah,
that lingers.
That's the ride it takes you on. That's what I want. I'm not the only person. We're going to people tweeting about this.
No, I'm sure you won't be the only person.
Owen's like that. Owen wants horseradish. I want it to bring me to my knees. Oof. That's what I want. I'm going to get some support in the chat. I know it.
You'll get some.
The chat suggests we should do smelling salts on the show. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I'm not going that far.
Yeah. All right, we'll get a call or two in here. Evan in Buffalo is up. Hey, Evan.
Hey, guys. So you're just kind of talking about wide receivers, and so, very unlikely chance to trade up for Travis Hunter as a cornerback wide receiver. And I kind of want to talk about, the flip side of the offense there, the, run game, because I know, we're coming into, contract year for James Cook. We still got Ray Davis, and we have Franco on practice squad. But we're losing Ty Johnson unless you guys think they're going to re-sign him. And I was kind of wondering, do you think they're more likely to re-sign Ty Johnson, or if they see the opportunity to trade up for someone in the draft like the Ashton Jesse guy?
Right. I mean, I cannot imagine a world that the Bills should entertain. Joe and I have a bet on this. Running back. They have
not on them trading up for Ashton Jeanty, but
any running they have sunk so much into running back. And I just think they're going to re-sign James Cook. I think they're going to re-sign
and I'm less confident that they're going to re-sign James Cook, which is why I'm open to them drafting a running back at some point. Given that also this class, as John Ledger just said, like the class is awesome. Everybody ran fast at the Combine this weekend. Everybody was already thought to be a pretty good prospect,
Are
right?
you, true or false, you are very excited about the implications for fantasy football?
Oh, I'm very excited about that. Oh, for not a good year to not have a first-round pick in your rookie dynasty draft.
Because of the running
backs? Which I
backs?
do not have because I traded it for Terry McLaurin. But I do not have one. And they are going to be littered. I saw a tweet that there are going to be 7 running backs that they would have had ranked higher than last year's number 1 running back. Last year's class was really bad, though.
Was Trey Benson or Jonathan Brooks?
It was Jonathan Brooks, but Jonathan Brooks had a knee injury, but that was part of it.
Yeah.
That this year, like there are 6, 7 running backs above that. And there probably will be 2, maybe 3 that go in the first round, probably 2.
Mm-hmm.
Hampton and Jainty will go in the first round. Trading up for one, though, to me is an entirely different conversation. You know, that's...
No.
The guy he was a Heisman runner-up, right? He put up the most incredible numbers you've ever seen in college football. But no, if he started falling to like the middle of the first round, I wouldn't want any part of it, and I would trust the Bills are not going to be tempted by that either.
I'll take him with a 4th. I'm serious. I'm okay with the Bills extending James Cook because they will stop picking running backs. That's why.
I think they could really take one. It's a great class. Travion Henderson is the name I keep thinking of for them. It's just it comes down to Cook doesn't play all the time.
That's right, he doesn't.
And I think that's going to matter to them when they think about whether to pay him $10 to $15 million a year.
8030550. The chat also pointing out Wasabi is like this too. How are you with Wasabi?
No, thank you.
No?
Nope.
Same thing.
Nope.
Horseradish, wasabi, same thing.
Nope.
Hit me.
Why do I want the pain? Why do I want pain?
Hit me. And I'm not alone. Chris Brown texted me. I walked the line with horseradish. Did it with the shrimp cocktail. Embrace the challenge. That's right. See? Walk the line.
He's calling it a challenge. He's telling you, you got to walk the line. You got to be careful.
I got to get Sal. Sal walk by. Somebody else here has got to be doing this. I feel like it's normal.
I'm not even telling you it's unnormal. It's like there are people that will do the same people that eat like the nuclear wings at whatever place.
I don't eat. I shouldn't say I don't eat nuclear. I don't start there, but I will if we're out somewhere getting wings. Like, give me a hot. Like, all right, give me one more. Let me see how far up the scale I can go, and I can go pretty high. I don't go to sign yourself a waiver. I've never done that.
Like, would you do the show Hot Ones? Where they just eat the progressively hotter and hotter until you get to like the hottest wing on the planet?
No, I would not. Because when we were in New York for Christmas, there was a little winter market there, and a couple of there's a sauce one. And the guy's giving us samples of the sauces, like, oh, we've been featured on Hot Ones. There's this one, there's this one, there's this one, there's this one. Yeah. And it's not, we all know Buffalo hot.
Yeah.
It's hot. And you know how it gets hotter, but it's still the same avenue. I'm on the same profile.
Sure.
This guy's handing me like, oh, check this one out. This is a green, spicy, blah, 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 blah. And you take it, and you are experiencing things. Just what? Where? How? It's like it's hacking into my system. I don't know. I don't.
Hot here is not really.
No, there's Indian hot, and then there's Thai hot, and then there's
Nashville hot.
There's
even
Nashville,
like you can go on any level.
There's a lot of different hots.
Medium in Nashville is not medium here.
I agree.
I learned that the hard way.
Hot chicken, Nashville hot chicken.
It is not the same.
It is a different hot.
Yeah.
I feel like I can go all the way up on the Buffalo hots and wings around here most of the time. 8030550. All right, we'll get a break in. Horseradish, wasabi,
horseradish and running backs will be the title of this segment.
I gotta have a beef on weck right after the show. Just load it with
at 10 o'clock in the morning. Beef on weck.
Can I get horseradish into some sort of slice? You just put like it's a slice of cheese. Give me a slice.
I've seen the horseradish cheese.
You gotta freeze horseradish. Put it in the freezer.
Yeah,
see if it.
If you're doing straight horseradish, that's disgusting.
Everything's on the table here.
What even is horseradish?
A root.
Root?
That's a guess. Why don't you look it up and let me know on the other side?
You don't know what it is.
Why do I have to know? It's good as
it
what
is
it
a
is.
root. You actually did know. You did
Perfect.
know.
See, I did know. All right. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sal's coming up top of the hours. If he walks by, I'm going to ask him about horseradish and Extendo. All right, Darren Dreger has just tweeted out, the Sabres have received numerous offers, strong offers, for futures on a myriad of Buffalo players potentially in play. The Sabres don't need draft picks or prospects. They need legit roster players. Adams remains open to big moves, but it could be a quiet deadline in Buffalo. And you said something in the break that I thought was pretty smart on this.
That it's just going to be a week-long PR campaign to explain why they're not going to make a move on Friday.
Yeah.
Which is, hey, we were open to it. Nobody wanted to give us anything but picks and prospects.
And anyone out there can accuse Sabres fans of being mad no matter what they do, damned if you do, damned if they don't. However, what this is driving home for me is that this GM knows he can't go in those waters. Any other team would be like, yeah, we're bad. We'll trade pieces. We'll trade core pieces. We'll go for picks and prospects. But this GM actually can't do that. He's gone to that well too many times. So instead, it's going to be inaction. We're not going to do it. Looking for a hockey trade at the time of year where teams don't often make hockey trades. There's another part of this. If you did spin off all these players that are available for picks and prospects, you can package picks and prospects for other players. Right? Somebody offers you a first and a prospect. Okay, now it's June. It's draft night. Package your 2 firsts and that prospect for the player you want to go get. Like, they're still paying you in a currency. They're just paying you in a currency your own fans are exhausted about hearing about. So you feel you can't. It's like another circle of purgatory. They're like, there might be good offers out there, but they can't actually take any of them because they've been there too many times. It's tough.
It's just, you know what it is? Because I'm not even saying they're like the move to make, they can't make. They're completely and utterly stuck.
They're trapped.
They're completely stuck.
Yep. That's incredible. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is up next. Throw a little extra horseradish on that sandwich today.